think about you all the time, so I pretend. See you in the mirror every now and then. Every night I'm back into your arms again. Dancing in the shadows of my sleep. I'm back into your arms. I'm back into your arms again.
Yep. Yep. Oh, man. Am I alive? Am I alive? Woo! It is bright and early. Actually, it's dark and early here in San Diego, California. 5:30 a.m. Guys, this is an early one for me. But hey, I can't complain. I mean, we had people in marathon who were competing around the clock. We have people from all these other countries where the competitions are taking place in the middle of the night. I have no reason to not bring the energy at this point in the morning. It's all good. I am here for you guys. I'm excited. Are you excited? TCO Day 6 is here. Welcome. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, we are in a program that is called Welcome. That is where we're all interacting in there, where we're going to be able to chat. We're going to be able to hang out in lounges, answer questions right on the screen, things like that. So come on in and join us. Go to TCO21.topcoder.com and you'll have a link that takes you right in to that. If you are in Welcome, however, there is just a little bug where you can't see the text box to chat, but we're looking into that right now. So some people are able to type and not even see the text box. So hey, give it a whirl. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, whatever. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible. Okay, this is the final full day of competitions. All right, tomorrow is going to be the award ceremony and the design finals, where the top two will go on to compete for that championship. But before we get there, we have, I believe, eight designers left, and they are competing one against the other in a bracket style tournament. We will be sharing the bracket a little later. Our hosts will help you out there. We also have our algorithm finals coming up right after our design show. So, without any further ado, let me bring on the host. We got Fajar, we have Sita, ID Black, and we have Rio Purba joining us from Indonesia, I believe. Maybe he'll correct me if that's not the case. So let me bring these folks on stage to update you and tell you where we are in the competition. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Hello, thank you, Nick, for
Hello.
the introduction.
Hi,
Okay,
guys.
hi.
Really nice to see you again,
You
Nick.
as well. I thought you could introduce yourselves real quick, just so people who may not know you watching can uh, can know you. So let's start
Okay,
with Rio, since he's new. He's new to this stage.
Okay, guys, introduce myself. My name is Rio Purba. I'm from Indonesia, of course.
Of
Uh,
course.
I was active at Topcoder 2000 and 2014 until 2018, and being the one of the finalists of TCO18. That's my introduction.
Awesome.
okay, okay.
Faja.
Let me introduce myself next. So my name is Fajar Maulana Rahab. I live in Indonesia, also in the same city with Rio actually, and
Wow.
in the same city earlier with Sita actually. But Sita moving out to Liverpool because
Aw.
it's not comfortable in Medan.
Oh, no, so not true. I'm
So
dying to get
I
back.
am currently working as a community manager at Topcoder, just joining the team on 1st November this year.
Yeah.
And I also participate as a design co-pilot at Topcoder since 2010, I think. It's been 13 years now. So yeah, been through
Right
a lot
on.
of TCO final. I always enjoy it, and hope you guys also enjoying the TCO final this year.
Yeah.
And hi guys, my name is Id Black. My real name is Sita Kaur. I'm from Indonesia as well, but already moved to UK now. So I used to be a designer and then become a co-pilot and like a DRB reviewer right now. To be honest, I really miss competing. Probably at one point, I'm going back and meeting you guys in the
Ooh.
channel.
Yeah, you also five-time TCO finalist, right?
Uh,
Woo!
from
Woo!
TCO. I think you competing on the final for TCO 10, TCO 11, 13, 14, and
yes.
15, right?
Yeah, I
So
think
yeah,
few times. I don't remember exactly the total amount, but I think I've been to quite numbers of TCO, and it was a really, really nice experience.
oh great. So
Uh,
yeah, that's really great to hear that a veteran like you can join with us again, and hope to see you
Thank you.
again participating at Top Water Challenges.
I think I am. I'm seeing
How
mobile
about
awesome.
me?
designers here. It's so
You mean how
nice.
about me? I never be missed.
No, I'm not missing you. Of course. If you guys don't know yet, Rio is the one and only YouTuber that has a lot of subscriber in Indonesia that talking about design.
What?
But yeah, he got like more than 100,000 subscriber in YouTube,
Oh my
and
300.
gosh.
yes, that's he is famous in Indonesia. So every time you go, every time he will be known by other designers.
It's too
That's
much.
pretty cool.
It's
Hey,
like
we got
he's
him on our show, so I
Yep.
love that. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave the show to you guys. Just update everybody where we are. What's the status of the design finals at this point in time, and what they're working on, and we'll go check out some screens and do the whole thing. So, good job, guys. Take it away.
Thank you,
thank
Nick.
you.
So we are currently on day 7 at on TCO21. So we've been started this event on Saturday last week, and tomorrow will be the last day. We will have the winners tomorrow will be announced, or all the 6 tracks that competing till today. And until now, we have 4 tracks already competition. All the competition completed from marathon, PA development, and F2F tracks, and we still have 2 more tracks on fire and competing today. Algorithm will be completed today, but design will be completed tomorrow. So today is design for round 4 and 5, the second day for design tournament. But the algorithm will be finished today after this design final. So yeah, I'm wondering about have you watched the videos and the launch from the previous day on the design tournament, Sita?
No, I
No.
mean I've seen all of their work so far, and it's impressive work.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, uh, about the design final so far, we show the larger bracket, Nick? We are currently using the bracket system for the tournament. This is different from what you are experiencing, Rio, on
Yeah.
2018, because we are using it since 2019. It's
Okay.
been 3 years now. So we are using the system like upper bracket and lower bracket. We started with 12 finalists, and today we only have 8 finalists. 4 has been eliminated because they are losing twice in the competition. The bracket tournament being created in the way where if you lose twice in the bracket, you will be eliminated. So right now we have like Iqbal Hood and who's has been eliminated, the Fahri, Universo, and also Toxic Pixel eliminated from the final.
Okay.
And it makes us have like 8 remaining finalists: iamtong and PereViki, wahyu.ts, abedavera, Stark 18 1995, rajeshrathod, nofear, and iaminfinite competing today in round 4 in the day 2 of design final tournament. So, from all the 8 finalists, have you seen any finalists that you think should be advanced into the next round, and you're surprising with the elimination of the finalists?
I don't
Okay.
say because design is very
Hmm.
subjective, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So, what do you think about the rookies of the year like wahyu.ts and no fear that still competing today and still going strong? I think Wahyu able to beat Rajeshrathod in the second round, and also No Fear able to win against Universo, I think.
Hmm.
But he lose in with PereViki in the second round, right? So yeah. I'm wondering about your opinion about these two. Have you know them personally, and do you see how they competing at regular top order challenges?
For
Just
me, for me, if there are a rookie star, yeah, that can move to the final round, something like this. Oh, I'm sorry, semi-final maybe.
It's not semifinal. This is still like quarterfinal.
um, Round before the final, right?
Yeah, two
So
round before
if
final.
if you are competing with someone like Abedavera and iamtong, this is really great. So you are not a beginner again. You are not a rookie star, but you are on the same level with Abedavera, iamtong. So this is really great, I think.
So based on your experience, because you are a rookie too, when participating at TCO 18, right? So
Yeah,
that is your first TCO, right?
TCO, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I think you have the same similar experience with them right now because Rio participating first time at TCO 18 as for the first time at TCO 18. So I'm wondering
Wahyu,
that
this is the
uh,
first time.
yeah, yeah.
Wahyu.
Wahyu also this is his first time. Wahyu and Nofear, this is their first time competing at TCO final. So what kind of expectation that you have? What kind of uh, feelings that your experience when you participate at the final at this kind of final competition? Are you afraid,
Actually,
nervous, or maybe exciting, and or you have a skill of confidence level that like, oh, they I can beat them just blinking of the eyes, you know.
I think I think the one of the advantages of being a rookie star, yeah, there is nothing to lose in myself. So just join the competition, the vibe, and uh, I don't think so. I have to win because being a finalist is more than being a champion. If you are a rookie star and make it for the TCO final, that's for
Okay.
me.
Okay. And how about you, Sita? Because you are the veteran for the final, like this one. So, what do you think about being a veteran in this final and having to compete against the rookie? Do you think you can beat the rookies easily or else?
Well, we will not go into lie. Psychological is going to affect you, right? When you recognize a person, you know his track record. Like, wow, this guy is a winner so many times. Obviously, you get discouraged, and then when you see someone is like unfamiliar with you, you kind of like testing the water. Like you don't know how good he is and everything. So, I wouldn't say like you're thinking like you're doing better, but you know, you just the unknown is kind of helping you to not scared so much. I think being rookie, like I agree with Rio said, you got nothing to lose. So yeah, this is. I'm very happy to see this bracket so far. I'm Wahyu. I wouldn't expect it like going to this round and like you we talked before, he's a very determined person. Want to improve his design challenge, even moving out to the other city so that he can get to know better designers community that to tell me that this is you should be careful with this guy. Seems like he's really working hard to where he is right now.
I see. I see. So yeah, can you show us the statistic of no fear, Nick? Yeah, this is Nofear. He is also from Indonesia, and the interesting part is he is the brothers of our famous co-pilot, Dedi Wahyudi or AKA Lunar Kid. So Nofear has been participated since 2008, and since then he just able to join the TCO final this year. So it's been many years since he competing and to be able in this stage. Um, this year he is able to get last year he is able to get the ticket to the final because he I know that he wants a lot of ODC competition. That is a series of project there's series of challenge that we have for a particular client. So he able to master and knows about their design system, and because of that he can win a lot of their challenges. and I think that's what makes him go advance into the final round, into the final TCO21. But as you can see in the statistic, he participated for 612 challenge in top quarter, 61 wins, and he got 3 rocks placement. It's not the first place, but the rocks challenges at top quarter is having a great price. So any position, any placement will be great for the prize money. And he also have 1 Lux placement. Do you recall about rocks and Lux challenges, Rio, Sita?
Yes,
Yes.
very, very
I think
interesting challenge.
yes, I think like Lux challenge that we have, it's 24 hours design challenges where we have 8 main placement, 8 main prizes that almost reach $10,000 for one challenges. And do you have any experience joining that kind of challenge, Sita, Rio?
Me, I personally, I did. Yes, there are few of the lux or rugs that I did joining, but the time, the time constraint and the high price, it does attract the best of the top quarter competitor there. So it's hard.
How
Agree.
about you, Rio?
Agree with that. So if there is an announcement that we will have rugs or lugs, so we have to sleep before the time come and prepare ourselves so we can give our best at the timeline. Yeah, every I think every members, top coder members, will have a feeling that I have to win this rocks this at this time. So
So yeah,
they must be great.
that bring back memories in 2018. I think you remember about this one. In the first round of the in the day one of the final TCO final, you got second place, right? But then the luck is coming. I think I push you to joining the challenges. So you joining the challenges and having less sleep. That makes your position in the next day in the final becomes
Ooh, I fall.
down very very far because of that again. I
Ah,
think yeah.
now I know it's your strategy, so I can win that TCO 18. Oh
No,
my God.
I need participant in the challenge, so I invite you to join because I can see you online on site, so I can push you. "Hey, come on, join my challenges." So yeah,
I
I
remember
think
that.
yeah, I think all the challenges, even the regular one, is competitive, but the timeline, the time constraint is makes more interesting in Lux and Rocks
Yeah.
challenges. But
Mm.
we compensated it with a great prizes. So if you want to join, we will have more Lux and Rocks challenge in the future for everyone that watching and not joining as a member. You can join with us in topcoder.com. So yeah, going back to the final today, in the earlier round, we have 3 round. We have 8 people right now. Iamtong versus PereViki, wahyu.ts versus abedavera, Stark 1895 versus rajeshrathod, nofear versus iaminfinite. So let's talk about how they are competing between each other, like Iamtong and PereViki. I think at least you know about these guys when competing at Top Coder Challenge. What do you think about their skills and also how they can interpret the competition, the problem, and also how they can do the strategy to win at this challenge? With all that in mind, who do you think going to win in this round? Nick, can we show the competitor screen like I am Tong and PereViki? So while waiting, what do you think about those two?
You want
Asita,
me or Rio answering this?
Yep, yep.
Asita,
I
you
will,
first.
yeah. Let's start with Rio. I think you, yeah. I think you have the experience to compete between these two guys at TCO
Yeah,
18, right?
yeah,
PereViki and
yeah.
also I am Tong. What do you think about them? And what who is your favorite?
Oh, I'm so confused to choose one of them because I know I am Tong, I am no I know very picky. They are my friends and they have a great skill of design. They can solve the problem and can design the solution, the visualization of the solution. So I think this round must be trick and type, but I cannot choose one of them to win.
Do Are you
I
afraid
cannot
of
choose
them?
one of them.
Why can you just saying that I prefer I am Song versus or I prefer PereViki rather than I am Song to win this round? Anyway, they even if they lose, they will still competing on round five, so they still have a chance. So you don't worry about that. So okay, but how about you, Sita? I think you are not competing against PereViki in the TCO final because the last time you compete is on 2015 at Yogyakarta, I think. But I think you're competing with Ayam Song for several times, and due to that experience, what do you think about him, and how do you think he will be progress?
Um, One word that I can describe about iamtong work is very refined. He's really putting a lot of attention to details, and his solution is always simple. When I see his work, it's always about like simple, minimalist, but also really straightforward and like solving the problems. So this is his strong point. He's really understands what is the problem need to be solved in the challenge. A lot of designers, they are really care about making something flashy, beautiful, like whoa, it's like wow, such a nice designs. But then slowly you getting into it, you say like, this is not the best experience, like too much work, too much click on it. No, that is actually the one characters of I am Tong that I always notice. It's clean and it's highly functional. So I would say, compared to PereViki, I've seen her work as well. Her work is very professional as well, but I would probably a little bit keen towards I am Tong, especially on this challenge today. The topic is about making a designing user experience for a top coder design challenge feedback. So this is usually what I am Tong good at it. That's how I see these things.
I see. On the screen right now, we can see PereViki screen. He's working on her design. Uh, I think he is using Figma for doing the creation for his her design creation. So
Mhm.
based on if anyone not seeing the challenge for competition problem, so the problem is about creating a desktop application for top coder competitor getting feedback from the customer, right? So yeah, I want to discuss this with you guys. What do you think about what do you think about her design right now? Is he in the great way to win the competition, or do you think she's confused about the requirement, or do you think she is doing great so far?
Right now, I'm still a little
So
bit. I
I think what
think.
she's doing right now it's a little bit similar with what we have at this time using Marvel. I think he's what she's doing right now is having like the marker for annotation where the client can put their feedback into the design of the competitor, right? I think
Okay.
you saw earlier that she has a marker in everywhere on the screen, right?
Yes, I can see that.
Mhm.
Yeah. What do you think about this? This is like really similar to Marvel, or do you think this kind of approach will be able to uh, win against I am Tong? I'm not sure. Do we have I am Tong screen, Nick? Yep, this is I am Tong screen. I think what he's doing right now is similar to like PereViki. Like the approach will be having like the comments putting into like the similar platform like Marvel. So, but what do
Mhm.
you think about the approach? I think on at this time, looking at the from the UI design perspective, I think I am Tong design is more beautiful. But from in terms of functionality, what do you think about this, Rio?
Uh, okay.
Let me know your
Um,
opinion.
okay. We have to look at it more detail, or for a moment to know the functionality is okay or nah gitu. So, but for the look and feel, I really like the style of I am Tom propose here. It looks more simple, but we can know clearly how to write a comment, how to submit feedback, and etc.
Do you think it's aligned with Topcoder branding? Because as you can see, it's a little bit too purplish and darker.
Yeah,
Sita?
maybe that's the problem, I think. But
Yeah.
Kak Sita, how what do you think?
I wasn't expecting this when coming for the feedback. I was expecting completely different in my mind. So when I see these two designers approach totally different layout, I am not prepared for this. But I yes, like you said, this is doesn't seems like a part of the like a top corner. If people see this, this seems like a completely different app. And what PereViki do is much more similar. So this is going to be very interesting. What's going to be the outcome of this?
Okay. 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 So, can we show another screen from the competitor, Nick? Like maybe from wahyu.ts versus abedavera from the upper bracket. So, as you might want to know that the upper bracket is not even lose once. So, if they lose now, they will have another chance to win in the round 5 with the winner from the lower bracket. So, while the lower bracket, if they lose now, they will be eliminated and the winner will be advanced but needs to face the loser from the upper bracket. So this is wahyu.ts screen. I'm not sure that what he's currently doing, but I think all the designers right now thinks about the same approach that for the feedback, like having it similar with the Marvel that we are currently using for the top coder competition in the design competition. So I am not sure, but have you read the competition and do you think that this is applicable for like development or maybe the competition problem just saying this is about the design?
I would say, like I said, I wasn't expecting to see this. I mean, I have different things in my mind when I'm seeing the contest challenge. I
So
would
what do
say,
you think? What do you think? What is on your mind? Can you share it with us?
because as right now I'm working as a reviewer as well, I
Okay.
would like client will be not having time enough time to giving a comment one by one for each submissions. Imagine there is like 20 images there. So I would say like should be there is a bigger hierarchy where clients can just input feedback for the whole layout. That would be the first approach that I would do. And then second, if they want to delve into like much more details on each screen, what's notes there, what they like, what they don't like, then they can have an option for that. But my expectation was like the feedback form for the whole concept or your submissions. That's what I have in my mind. Maybe I should reread again the challenge details here.
Okay. How about you, Rio? Given the time, if you are participating at this final and this round, what kind of approach that you will do when you're participating? Are you going to create the same features like what we use, like in the Marvel, or will you go in a different approach to make sure that your solution is different from the others and can be stand out, Rio?
Okay. Um, when I read the specs and it says we will design a desktop application. So I expect there is a function to giving a feedback via voice note, I think, or by video, I think. So when designers submit their submission and the client didn't have time to give a comment one by one, design per design, so they 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 have a way to send their feedback with more simple. So by giving a voice note maybe or just
So based
So
on the solution that like
that's what
we
I
currently
think.
have. I think you all know that we are using Marvel right now for having feedback from the customer. So based on what you're seeing from those four screens, from Wahyu, from PereViki, from iamtong, and this is Stark and the other, they are trying to submitting right now. So Do you think their solution is more advanced from what we already have, or is it just like reskinning from the marvel that we currently use?
I would
From
say
my
right now,
opinion,
yeah.
because this is due to like 60 minutes constraints, time constraint that we have, I think they are doing great, but it's
Okay.
not on the level that I expected for the problem solution. So what do you think, guys? And also we have like in the few minutes, our judges will be come into the stage and also doing live judging. You will be all the spectator, all you guys that watching right now will be able to see the live judging in this stage. So stay tuned. But before that, I want to know about your opinion, Sita and Rio.
Well, just now I just see a glimpse of what abedavera do, and he's doing very well integrating his design with the current Topcoder platform. I think designers should understand like there's a limitations. What can we do in Topcoder, so we cannot just entirely building what we have in Marvels as that complex, right? And they're trying to make it so complex right now with their designs, and I think that wasn't the big picture of what we expected here. Supposed to be like a simplified giving a feedback without too much of details, where clients can just directly giving their expectations or their what is their feedback about their current work. I think much more like that. So, but I would like to see what the judges says about this.
Okay, I'm really interested about to find out who's going to be win for the upper bracket. We are not able to seeing the lower bracket design, and I'm not sure that they are still competing because it's already finished. I think the submission page should be finished right now, and everyone should be joining with us on the stage to watch the live judging. And yeah, we will start the live judging in a few minutes. Rio and Sita, we will go back into the green room and waiting until the judges finish doing the live judges. So with that in mind, and I'm going to hand over the stage into with to Adam Moorhead, our legendary god for the design track. If you ever known him, he can judging design with his eyes closed. We will also
Right.
have Clinton, uh, the vice president of marketing, and now like the vice president for UX at Topcoder, and also Daniela, our community designer, our leader. So yeah,
Hi
uh,
everyone.
I will hand over the stage to you guys, and let's go the live judging and start the live judging. Thank you. See you again in 30 minutes.
If I ever need an introduction, I'm going to call up Farjar. Please introduce me. Okay, welcome everyone. We are here to do some live judging um, of the fourth round of the design tournament. Very excited to see what the 8 designers came up with. I'm assuming Farjar covered this, but we have the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the designs and take a look at them, and we are going to decide in real time who are the winners. So, Daniela, what is the first ones we can look at?
Yeah, so first group we can look at is group 5. It's ready for review right now.
Okay. So let me present my screen.
Excited
Okay.
to dive in. We've got now this top bracket here. These are the top seeds, right?
Yeah. So this is designer number 1, and it looks like we have a few screens. So we have these 5 screens. Oh, what is Marvel app doing? Okay. Back to okay. So we have this screen, and then that. Okay. And then we have designer number 2, and they created 4 screens, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, this is gonna be tough. Clinton, I think you need a minute to look at these.
Yeah, just cycling through the looks here. super impressed with how much gets done, and they not only have to read the problem, process the problem, ask any questions, and then get the design working under an hour. It's always impressive. So
Yeah.
With that, I do have some. Well, Adam, if you want to lead off, that's
No, feel free. I'm still absorbing.
okay. So number one is the one in the, because I'm on my own screens too. That's the one you have on screen right now, right?
Correct. This is number one.
Yeah. I really like the care that's put in to understand multiple projects out of the gate. The idea of active challenges, that because there's a mirror image here that's like, yeah, that's cool for the designer themselves, but it's also really useful. There would be customers would have multiple projects as well. So, and then it's very, very nicely laid out in the sense of I could tell right away where I'm supposed to go for how I would dive into a specific project, and then when I'm in there, how I'd make my way through screens, and what comments live where. Where do I owe feedback, or where should I go check? It's rather evident. And then when you get into the screens themselves, the right-hand side treatment with the big, the annotation features, which are obviously could be, Marvel's known for those. It looks good. It just looks clean. Looks very. I like the idea of bringing some emojis and some modern flair there. Even the typo things are popping up, which is a nice little touch. So overall, I think it's a strong look at a future state. So don't know if you want to take the handoff from there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I think for whatever reason, this new prototype in the bottom left is throwing me off. But I think the initial approach to this, like you said, is very solid. I like that the ability to see the submissions, the ability to click in and then know. I think the key thing here is, because again, this is all about feedback. This isn't about like the prototyping features, right? This is about, I need to be able to jump in here, provide feedback, keep the process moving, right? I have things that I need to get done, right? And I like that we have like the timelines up here, view all comments, and then also the ability to just go and click out and see the prototype. Yeah.
Yeah, and then go ahead. You continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the second submission, there's some real nice things here. It is very much focused on annotating and then moving into specific spaces, and then how does that show up as feedback on the right hand side? Clear button on where I want to go if I want to annotate a next one, and things like that. It's like, would that be a button? Would that just be iconography? That you would know that denotes it's where you want to go flag things. However, it's an easy area. It's like I totally get it. I like the top, what they're offering for like prototype, all screen, side by side, user flow, handoff. The person is thinking through like design system things, and I could appreciate that. And that's it's just an impressive level of thought to bring that in at within 60 minutes. I think that's a really, really cool thing to do. Yeah, the side by side comparison, you can see where that might be useful if you're really trying to, if you're A/B testing or whatever. You're just trying to move through maybe one page to the next page.
Well, yeah, I mean, for me, that's just, that's again, like, there's a lot of like, what's this design look like compared to this design? So I mean, that's great putting that in there, right? There's just from a checkpoint or a final review standpoint of like, oh, I want to be able to compare these.
Yeah, it's a cool feature.
I like that we actually have the checkpoint and final called out, right? It's like, okay, I have my dashboard, I have my checkpoint, I have my final, like those steps, like again, the clarity of like, these are the only things that matter, right? Because this is truly just providing feedback for the customer and keeping that super clean.
Right. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff in each of these, for sure. This is a tough decision.
Wow.
I mean, if you want me to put one out there, I can.
Yeah. What do you think, Clinton?
All right. There are things I really love about both. And there are certain elements on one that really stand out to me as like that are beautiful and possibly like Topcoder platform future. Like the look of it is really gorgeous, and really appreciate it. Solving the problem, the functionality problem. Um, I'm torn here, man. I don't know. I'm torn here. There's a couple of features that I really love in number 2 that I think elevate it in certain ways. Then there are things where like adding comments feels a little bulky to me. Like that seems like a big that like, and I get it. It's only an hour, but things like that I feel like could have been more refined. How you would go through adding a comment. Um, yeah. Go ahead.
If it can help, my decision is on number 2. So the reason for this is because of the solve around the simplicity of the actions on the prototype, all screens side by side, user flow, and the ability to see checkpoint in the final. I have personally, like, I like this, but I do have a little bit of confusion of how I would be interacting with like this initial screen. Like I get like, yeah, okay, I have the project and I'm gonna go click into that. I think right now, if I'm like coming in here, I need to be able to see it. I need to be able to provide feedback. I need to be able to go to my checkpoint, my final, and I can go check all. I can do my side by side. I like that a lot. So I think the solve for navigation and dealing with the initial problem, I think number 2 is my choice.
Yeah, I understand that. I really like the future vision of what number 1 put out there from a design perspective, a sort of UI perspective.
Yeah.
I have to agree that solving the challenge at hand within under an hour, that number 2 did a stronger job of that. So number 2.
Daniela, who is number 1 and number 2?
So number 2 is PereViki. Congratulations.
Wow!
And number
Congratulations,
1
PereViki.
is iamtong. iamtong is going to move to the lower bracket, and PereViki is going to compete only tomorrow, so she's keeping the round 5 challenge.
Wow!
Congratulations both. Also, team, I think we just jumped into review, and there was a question in the chat about what the problem was. So maybe for the next review, before starting, we can talk about the problem to give more context to everyone who's watching the live show.
Okay. I think I see that Jesse did post what the problem is. Okay. But yeah.
Just a few words I think would help.
Yep. Agree. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Who is up next?
Group 32.
Group 32. Design 1. Design 2. So let's look at number 1. Okay. So we have our initial all projects, checkpoint final. We have the feedback. Okay. Then design number 2. And we have 6 screens.
So should we talk about the problem now? I'm thinking that people in YouTube or Twitch or other areas, they cannot see our chat, that we're sharing the problem here.
Yes. Okay. So everyone that's out there watching, the problem here is we're looking to design a new so we run design competitions just like this one on Topcoder, and we have customers provide feedback. And currently we use tools like Marvel App and Figma and Adobe XD and Envision app to provide feedback on those screens. So the problem is, what if we were to bring the feedback mechanism into the platform, and how would that feedback mechanism work? And so what's the kind of initial um, feedback look and feel within 60 minutes of tackling this problem? So, and it's not about just dropping in every single feature and everything that, those platforms are built for, for the reasons why they're built, for prototyping and designing and being able to create things. In this case, we're just really looking at how do we look at any of our designer submissions, and how do we in platform, and then how do we provide feedback on those designs in platform. And so what would be the features that you may use? A lot of this is hypothetical or theoretical. The idea would be using APIs and things like that to bring in other platforms into the Topcoder platform, and knowing that some of it may or may not be possible, or it may be futuristic. Again, this is the goal is within 60 minutes. What's the vision or idea from any of the designers? Daniela, does that help?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Clinton, have you had a second to look through them?
I have. Yeah, I have. So I'll start with number 2, which is that one. And while I am flattered that they decided to include me as the commenter down the right hand side, I do like a few things. I like things that it's borrowing from the current, the current Topcoder realm, and trying to weave it in naturally to say, okay, like on that level, you've got some feedback, and you could, the feedback mechanism is there, which is which kind of serves as a nice notification. I do think that number 2, what's lacking for me is kind of how do I get into there's nothing showing me the actual work or side by side of design review, right? The challenge is about design review, design feedback, and moving through Topcoder stages. This is like a macro layer above it that kind of says, I might be notified about it here, but I don't see anything beyond that level for number 2. So that one is missing the mark for me from the problem solving standpoint, Adam.
Okay. Yeah, I think what's interesting. I go back and look at the requirements. I think this designer, from the initial requirements, was thinking more about like the customer feedback, but this designer tackled more of the member side of it. Again, like a member is going in and submitting their design prototype, which we'll capture right here. Awesome. They're submitting their source file or links. Like, what does that look like? And then what does it look like for them in platform? So I think, maybe there's a bit of a confusion on that, which I think's fine. Like, okay. So they're definitely taking the member approach to this. And I think the thought was more of like, what's just the feedback mechanism, probably from the customer side. But I think that's okay. I think, again, if we look at this, for me, there's probably too much of a just dropping it into the existing, and I'm probably more interested in just like, what is this piece, right? And then what is like, how do I get to this, like from within the platform, right?
Yep.
And I actually kind of like the touch of this, because if we were using their we cross co-brand or cross brand, those kinds of things. I think the initial goal would have been like, it's just white labeled, or just like no need to really have all these things in here. It really is just like, how do we see the submission? How do we quickly provide feedback? How do we understand a checkpoint? And how do we understand a final? Those kinds of things. Okay. And number 1?
Yeah, number 1, there's 3 screens, and there's a couple of touches that I think are nice. And again, getting this done in an hour is incredibly hard. But the initial screen of just having some tile, I realize it's not fully fleshed out design wise, UI wise, but the idea that you could see all projects from a bit of a home, and then you could quickly understand, okay, can I get to checkpoints and finals, and then a little bit of the understanding of, all right, I want to filter by final round only, checkpoint round only, and then obviously there's annotations that are happening. You know, total feedback, total screen, little scoreboards at the bottom right. It's a nice touch. So overall, there are certain things that are lacking, but it's an hour, right? So I always have to keep that in mind. But I think from a solving the problem that was on the paper there, this one's closer to the pin than number 2.
Yeah, again, I think I'm drawn into the clarity around like, hey, which round am I in? What am I looking at?
Yep.
Pulling in, you know, the features to provide that feedback. Again, like there's a nice touch of being able, I can quickly kind of scroll through like those platforms use. So using that to say, okay, I want to get through that and understand what that looks like. And then, you know, I think just again, an approach of how do I mentally kind of catalog and understand these things. So I went back and double checked the spec, but yeah, the ask was for the design feedback app. So while some of those other things were in the initial description of what the potential thing experience might be for the member, the goal here really was for this design feedback app. So for me, it's going to be number 1.
Me as well.
Okay, Daniela.
Okay, number 1 is wahyu.ts. Congratulations. You're going to move to tomorrow, advancing to round 6. And the member who lost is Abedavera. He's going to compete in the lower brackets in the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Congratulations. Nice job moving on. Wahyu and PereViki, and then iamtong and abedavera have moved into the lower bracket. Okay, who's up next?
Next group is group 45.
Group 45. Now I need to find where I put that. Okay, design 1. Let me remove these. Design 1. And design 2. So let's look at 1. So we have this single screen here. Okay. And then we have design 2. Okay, let's see here. Design number 1.
I think this is a case of where folks spent their time.
Yep.
Right. And where number 2 is going several screens deep and showing some things kind of in action. Number 1 is kind of giving us this very kind of home's look of like, hey, here's everything you could possibly do, and I think you'll be able to figure it out because it's designed nicely, right? It's laid out nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be a tough. I think that's going to make this round tough. Anything jumping out for you, Adam?
Yeah, what's intriguing to me, it feels a little confusing as to how it might work, but again, this is theoretical. But you know, and especially like how do I zoom in? Like I can zoom in and zoom out, but like I can see what I need to look at, provide feedback on it, right? And then kind of click into the next thing that I have to provide feedback. So the carousel is intriguing in how that might work for a feedback mechanism. And that, you know, then we capture this all right here. This starts to feel really busy for me, with all just the colors, the icons, the avatars. But you know, there is a bit of a simplicity on their approach here.
Yeah, I hear the busyness piece. I do like, and number 1, I do like the idea that it is talking about like who's on your team here, like who
Yep.
are your collaborators, and a way to move through feedback where you know who's saying what. I agree that there's some UI things that could be toned down with all the colors that kind of make your eyes go everywhere. However, I do like the idea that you know who the collaborators are, and the carousel is interesting. Like you had said too, like that you could rotate through the carousel. You'd have to zoom in from there to like get into more finer detail. This to me is like you'd be zoomed back out at the project level page or the submission level page, and then you could kind of flip the screens. It's interesting.
Yeah. And then let's look at number 2 here. Oh, did I just lose it? I just lost it. 1 second.
Take your time.
Design 2.
I do
Checkpoint.
like that.
So final round, checkpoint, and then submission with the feedback.
The compare to checkpoint feature is smart.
Yeah.
We've all, you and I, and I'm sure others on here have done this before, where we're sometimes you're scratching your head, like, what did they change? you can't pick it up right away because maybe it was a couple days before. But the compare checkpoint and how you progressed specifically through that, and the ability to kind of go back and say, oh, there was an annotation there about whatever, in this case, like, hey, change the color scheme, and then final round, you could see that was implemented for you. That is a smart feature.
This is tough.
It is hard.
So I'm going to go with number 1. I think there's, only an hour. There's some flaws, but what I really like the push to try and kind of contain this, right? The ability to try and simplify this into like, how can we actually make this, or if we were to put this in, if someone would come in here and engage with this and have work on it in kind of like a single screen or single pane, I really like I'd want to continue to try and solve for this. And that excites me. So for me, I'm going to go with number 1. I think number 2 did a great job. And I think, again, the checkpoint final round that we've been seeing, this is a great solve here. And there's such a simplicity to this. Like this is, such a simplicity to this.
I'm number 2. I like 1. I think I like 1 as kind of that if I'm inside a particular submission, I like it. Again, a little busy, but I like it. I like the idea of rotating through those screens, and I love the collaboration aspect, or I could see what's what on the left-hand side really easily and who's who. I like that a lot. From a solving the problem, that ledger of checkpoint, we got 10 submissions. Final round, we got 6. They're stacked there for you. From a how do I want to provide feedback, and how does it make it easy to provide feedback? Given the hour and then the checkpoint side by side, a little bit more the user experience functionality is like it's a little bit sharper for me here, and I gotta go number 2.
Yeah, I think as I was talking through that, you probably heard me. I was like, there's a simplicity here that I think I just is what solves it for me. And going back to the problem and looking at that for this being a submission feedback application, I think this would be again, everyone just had 60 minutes. I think this would be would get us there quicker, and of course keep it clear to the customer, right? So okay, number 2. Daniela.
Okay, number 2 is iaminfinite. Congratulations. You're going to skip next round and compete only tomorrow. And member number 1, who is going to compete soon, is nofear. So stay around for the next competition, who's going to start in a few minutes.
Okay, so actually,
congratulations.
So Daniela, iaminfinite is competing next.
Member 2 has lost.
No, so iaminfinite 1, correct?
Yes.
And he's so the
yeah.
iaminfinite is facing abedavera.
Yes, so the member in the lower brackets are still staying in the round, and then the person who lost is actually eliminated in this case.
Yes. So no fear, so congratulations for making it this far, but you have been eliminated. So thank you. And I'm sure there was a lot of stress right there because we're going back and forth between 1 and 2. So I think you guys see how hard this is, and of course, what a great job that everyone has been doing. So nice job, iaminfinite, and great job, no fear for trying something and being bold there. So okay, next one.
So next one is group 69, the only one left.
Okay, and for the competitors, it looks like we're going up against the time, so we will just extend the round. Okay, so no worries there. So we will plan to start at 9:45, of course, depending on how long this takes. So that's design number 1 and design number 2. Let me get rid of these other ones. Okay. So design number 1, and we have a few screens. So let's see here. Okay, and then design number 2. A few screens for them also. Okay. Wow, in an hour, they had a lot of time to put in hotspots and everything. Okay. Okay, design number 2. What are you thinking? What's jumping out to you?
So for design number 2, what's jumping out for me is it brought us through quite a bit. Not all of it is a swing and a hit for me. However, I'll be consistent with I like the idea that I could see all submissions. And again, I know that's not the final UI, but I like the idea that I could see all submissions. I could quickly see if I have review pending, review completed. Interesting concept there. I do feel that when we get into actually annotating, they bury the lead a little bit. They put which is it's just a fast decision, but they put the commenting over to the left-hand side to kind of kickstart it off. I mean, if you're inside reviewing submissions, I don't want to go find the button to tell me to go comment, right? That should just be there. So overall, number 2 has a lot of good thoughts. They feel a little disjointed for me, but again, I can't be too critical. It's an hour. They take me through the things that you would have to get accomplished for reviewing. And then number 1, I think just quickly, Adam, I think they did a nice job of containing everything. So when you're annotating and when you're commenting, checkpoint feedback, round 2 feedback, that's all very clear. Nice design, how they show up and who's doing what. You got the James Anderson with the photo. I feel like number 1 does a nice job of, hey, when you're in the actual thing of the feedback of commenting, number 1 does a sharper job than number 2 does. Number 2 did a more holistic job of bringing you through feedback in general, potentially. That's my first, look at it.
So if I were to take off of that, I think for me, number 2, what I like is that number 2 takes you through the process and captures that. So, okay, great. We do know that that's been captured. I agree with you. Like the comments should just be like, we're commenting. This is about feedback, right? We should jump right into that. But I do like that, you know, this, something that I'm seeing is like this, any prototype can fit in here also. This, what's throwing me off on this one is that this seems very stylized to like whatever this window or this space is. But again, you'd have to explore that. But like, okay, I guess the mobile would fit in here, or like a longer desktop screen, or like how would that actually end up working? If I was just thinking through that, I'm not trying to I guess I just compared those, but the goal wasn't really to compare. But that stood out to me as like this seems conducive from an overall, like whatever the prototype is or whatever the designs are will fit in here. And then again, I think the features around the review completed, like status is so critical, right? Again, we know how customers and we react to like what needs to be done next. Is the reviews take up time, so just understanding like, okay, these are things that need to get done, and be able to jump in and do that.
Yeah, look, I'm just quickly looking back at number one. I do want to give them kudos in the idea that they did give you these kind of like helplines and things that I think there's arguments about how it's laid out potentially. But again, 60 minutes, the thought to say, hey, your feedback deadline is right there.
Yep.
Your helpline to your co-pilot or your project manager is right there. It's a little like extra, it's like, it's almost, those are nice to haves. And it's nice to see. I think it shows a lot of thought. I'm just concerned with like number one, with like, it doesn't take the whole process is not there for me. Sorry if you hear my dog.
Oh, all good. Not for dead air here, but thinking through this. Yeah, I mean, I think there's nuggets here. Again, like you said, I like that we have this feature. We have the ability to jump into the prototypes right away. I can do the source checkpoint. I guess my issue right now is I just don't know how this. I feel like this would have difficulty, or maybe the hierarchy on me. The hierarchy on me is probably throwing off, right? Or throwing me off. Like I just don't know the key focus. I guess I can do edit feedback. I can go in here and type on certain things, but maybe it's the layout for me. So I'm gonna have to go with number two. I just think there's probably more there, starting with the how do I see my submissions? How do I go? I mean, if the only issue is the annotation piece, right? I think this has a great features that I would love to see on some of the others, but I'm going to probably have to go with number two.
Yeah, it's tough for me. There are elements to both I definitely like, and again, I really like the number one gave a lot of care into the wrapper, if you will. It's like, okay, you know what challenge you're in. Certain things are brought back to you, prize monies, things like that. However, it's like I think number two is my choice as well. Just simply put, I think two does a better job bringing you through critical feedback steps that would be needed for it to be successful.
Okay, Daniela, number two.
Congratulations to number two, who is Rajeshrathod, and he's going to compete against iamtong in the next round.
Wow.
Tough round. And the person who lost in this round is actually Stark. Thank you for competing so far.
Thank you. Awesome. Wow. So we have iamtong versus Rajesh. Nice job, Rajesh. Abedavera versus iaminfinite. And then Stark, thank you for making it this far. Great job. You can obviously see how hard this was making these decisions. So I am Tong and Rajesh and Abedavera and I'm Infinite. Please go to your rooms. We'll look to start here in 5 minutes. We'll start it at 9:45. And of course, we'll run it for 60 minutes. So 9:45 to 10:45. Clinton, what do you think of this round?
That was hard, man. So that was hard. You know, it was great. I applaud. It's just it's hard to judge, right? Because you try to get into their minds a little bit of like, okay, what were they thinking? But they can't come through the screen and yell it at you. I mean, and there's no narrative. So their full on design in 60 minutes has to try to tell the story. So I think what we saw was the folks who had thought through and gave the had the presence to think about where do I begin that journey. You know, the folks who had like the bit of a home screen and working through those things um, tended to be the ones that tend to be the ones that moved on, and then you know it's you know moving some of the best in the business into the next bracket where they got to go compete right now. Maybe it's a bit of a shock to those out there, but I hope we were fair. That's my hope is I hope we were fair and we were clear with why we made decisions that we made.
Yep. No, I definitely think we're fair. And I think, again, it's tough to judge this, but I think it's coming back to the problem. And there's nuances to that problem. Was the problem understood? And then, of course, for me, it's going to be keeping it simple. There are specific steps around just like, hey, how does someone provide feedback? And we're talking about the feedback app here, right? So
Yep.
I think all the designers did an amazing job for 60 minutes. We obviously know why they were in this round, right? Why they made it this far, because they did an amazing job. And looking at the bracket, I'm so surprised that our number 1 and number 2 seed just lost in that round. Like that's crazy. And then our number 4 and number 3 have moved on. So congratulations to PereViki and wahyu, who get to take a break until tomorrow. So wahyu and PereViki, one of you will be going into the championship round. So no pressure tomorrow. And then Tong and abedavera are on life support right this minute, right? They got their first loss, and so they have to survive this next round to make it back into the final 4. So two of our top designers, the number 1 seed and number 2 seed, are now in the lower bracket. And then we have Rajesh, our number 6 seed, who is doing what he does, and he is a survivor. Every bracket him in there. And then iaminfinite, I think iaminfinite and Rajesh were probably sweating our feedback. So I think that was a little bit could have gone either way there for a few minutes there, for a few seconds. So great to see iaminfinite and Rajesh moving on and competing. I don't know, Sita and Farjar. Sita, I heard you talking earlier around the problem. So what do you think? How do you think we tackled the way we judged the problem? Was that the way you were looking at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important about like how easy it is for the client to do this feedback process for them. So I see some designers are like overcomplicated, like you mentioned also on the other day. They're thinking like too complex and forget about like it's need to solving problems, not making catchy designs. So I can see that it's very clear right now. It's never you can interpret a challenge in many different ways, and this is the beauty of it. You can see one problems and you see it from different kind of glasses.
Yeah. Yep. Rio and Farjar, what do you think?
Yeah, I cannot more agree with you about that, about your review.
Yeah.
You agree that you agree with the decisions or agree that it was hard or both?
Both.
Yeah, it was hard, and there were some times where there was where we were seeing potentially flashier UI, you know, maybe a bit more modern or UI concepts that really stood out and looked good, and it is hard to like I think there's like two hemispheres to the brain type thing, right? And well, I know that's true. I'm learned. Look at me. But you have your initial reaction to something that like looks great, um, and then there and then still had good features unto it. You know, still had really nice things that it was trying to accomplish. And then look at something that may not be as sharp UI wise, however, really did solve the problem a bit more critically. And parsing those things is more difficult than I realized it would be, to be honest.
Great. Okay, so
So
are we going to start the round 5
yes,
challenge now?
so I think I'll talk about the problem. I'll give you guys a highlight of
Yes.
what the next problem is, and I think the designer should be off and running. Um, Daniela, can you make sure everyone has the link, please?
Yes, just did that.
Yes.
Okay, hey, so we are now in the round 5, and this is my cookbook. Okay, so we are trying something completely different here. So, to the designers, welcome to round 5. Only 2 of you will move on to the final 4, so no reason to stress now. Focus. So the goal of this challenge is focusing on an iPad experience. Okay, and my I was I was trying to be funny, but the problem. So find the most amazing butter chicken. So learning how to cook and being your own chef is trendy these days, especially with all the spending so much time at home. However, searching for a good recipe can be a bit tricky due to all the recipe information online. Historically, amazing recipes are handed down within families from generation to generation. Now everyone Googles recipes, watches TV cooking shows, and while others like the simplicity of looking at YouTube and videos on their phone. So we're looking for a recipe finder with some recipe smarts included. This should be a tablet application where food lovers can search for recipes from all over the world. Think of this as an advanced recipe search where users can search and find recipes by criteria, country, vegan, gluten-free, fitness, and also have the results let them know how popular the recipe is, how hard it is to cook, how many steps are required. Once the results are shown, the user can see the recipe details with interactive features like step-by-step videos, the numbers of steps, difficulty level, recommendations based on its history, your history, other foodie comments, ratings, pictures of their own preparations, ingredient list, cooking requirements, cooking, oh, cooking utensils needed. So for the next 60 minutes, recipe finder. So look at the designing the landing page of the application where the user has completed a search. So the user has already done a search and is seeing suggested recipe results. So remember, this is meant to be helpful and allow people to quickly understand a recipe and have success cooking the recipe. Again, iPad application, 60 minutes. Okay. And yes, this app would have other features like a dashboard and other things. But what we're looking at is a user has done a search for a recipe. What do you guys think?
I'm excited. We're about to go to Flavortown here, man. That's a good challenge.
For 60 minutes, that's tough.
Yeah, it's like you have to decide what not to put in there, right? Because the
Yeah,
spec is great. Spec is well written. It gives plenty of suggestions and kind of hints. So it's going to be a matter of you know, who has the gumption to go for more versus like focus on less, but really nail some of the things.
yeah.
And
What is the priority for this one?
yeah, how can you balance it? But cool challenge. I think we're going to see some incredible interpretations and really like vivid, bold looks that are food centric, which is fun.
Yep. So look at jumping into the food, jumping in. Wow. What we're 3-4 minutes into this already. Look at this.
Wow, he's playing fast. Who's this? Rajeshrathod.
This is Rich S. Yeah. Rocking and
Yes.
rolling.
Off and run.
Ah. The speed, right?
Yo, but Regis is really fast designer, right? So in the previous experience with him in TCO, or maybe like in our design man, he also very fast.
Yeah, I was saying in the room previously that I'm currently doing a little fasting because I have to get some blood work drawn in a few hours. So as people in the chat are saying, like, you know, Nick's hungry, PereViki saying she's hungry, I'm hungry too. So this is a the wrong time for this challenge, but it's an awesome challenge, really is. So excited to see. It's going to be really cool to see who focuses on what, like little, I hate to call it little ingredients that make it special, right? So gonna be fun.
Yep.
Good challenge.
Yup.
So it's pretty crazy just watching what like the decisions people are making and the time that they have and what they're searching for, and yeah, this is pretty cool. Hey, to everyone who is here, what do you guys think of the bracket right now? Any opinion um, on the matchups? So we have
Oh,
I am Tong versus Rajesh, and we have Abedavera versus I'm Infinite.
yeah. I think it's surprising for me to see two TCO champion go to the lower bracket right now. I'm not expecting that, but hey, that's just the way it is. So yeah, it's surprising, but at the same time, I'm really proud with what our rookie wahyu.ts have able to complete it and win the challenge against abedavera.
Yep. You know, from the seed round, so I am not as familiar with Waihu. Um, you know, just I don't think he's been competing at Topcoder as long as you know, Abedavera and I'm Tong and Rajesh. But I think the seeding kind of he's proven he's a good number 3 seed, right? He's survived
Yep.
through. He knocked off no, actually he had a bye, right? And so then he beat Rajesh, and now he beat Abedavera, right? So I mean he's I mean, I don't know if you could get better. I don't know if you could go up against harder people than those two, right? So,
Right.
um, that's pretty cool. And then PereViki, you know, PereViki out there, you know, she definitely loves to dig into the requirements and understand the details. And you know, she also had a bye and she defeated nofear and then defeated Tong, and the two of them are now in the final four. So, um, pretty cool journey there.
Yep. I
Yeah, very
agree.
cool. I want to say that I actually know Wahyu. He's been competing in several of my challenges and he's been always performing well. So I kind of expected such a situation from him because he's not that known by other designers, but he's very good. And as I recall, he competed in wireframe as well, so definitely strong at the user experience part. And then we also have Amtong and Rajesh. They've been meeting for the third or fourth time, if you remember, Adam, in the last tournament for TCO20, where Rajesh came from the upper bracket. He had a strong win, and then he beat Tong. He sent it to the lower bracket, and then in the final tournament they met again, final round. So it's going to be an interesting match to see who's the winner from this one.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're gonna have to start showing stats of like again matchups,
Yeah.
like how many times is I am Tong and I am Infinite had to battle each other, right? We have to start having the versus stats of like what the bracket tournaments matchups look like.
Yeah,
Because
it's an
Rajesh and
awesome
Tong are
idea.
definitely fighting again.
Yeah, and also on the lower bracket, it will be said to lose someone between abedavera and iamfinite, both Indonesian designers, and both are top designers in the competitions in general. They always place first or second placement, so it's going to be tough to see how they tackle this problem and who's the best there.
Yep. And there's a potential matchup there again of I am Tong and I am Infinite.
Again,
Or
yeah.
Rajesh and Abedavera, or Tong and Abedavera, or Rajesh and I am Infinite. So yeah, be interesting to see who comes out in this next round. Who does the best recipe app, recipe finder?
Uh, yeah, I think because you all the iamtong and infinite always showing up and competing each other. I think they will be competing next. But that's just we cannot see it.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Yep.
It's
Yeah, it might
yeah.
also be, I think, a matter of how familiar. I mean, for all the projects, it might be also a matter of how familiar you are with this project problem. And this one is like it's something that we can find such applications online, like for things like this. And maybe if someone is very familiar with one of those, like using a lot of these applications for cooking, they might have a better grasp on the situation, like have a higher hand on this, upper hand. So I guess that's it.
I personally love cooking, so this is for me like this is going to be a very interesting challenge for me because I it's a big issue. So you want to looking for a simple chicken butter recipe and you comes up with too many things and you want to narrow it down like I don't like so this is going to be very interesting how designers comes up their solutions.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be very much in the details, which it should be, especially at this level, right? We're getting down to the best of the best to carry over for tomorrow. So I think it's going to be my guess is it might even be more difficult than last round to parse some of the nuances and who ultimately moves on. But it's cool.
So I think you guys are giving feedback or thinking through like how we might judge, or I think see it's on the last section you were kind of talking about your opinion on what was the key, what was key to this competition. How do you, Rio and you, what do you feel is key to this round based on the spec?
I personally think they have to see this from the point of like people who's actually cooking. You know, they can be just bring up like a nice design, appealing, but if the steps is not clear, instruction is like overwhelming for the people to follow up. They will be, this will be not like solving the problems. But I would like to ask you, can you clarify first when you said like is this is searching for a recipe? I mean, are we allowed to talk about the contest challenge a little bit on this live stream, or we don't want to?
Yeah, we can talk. I believe we can talk about it.
Okay, so you say about this challenge, you said like a search finder. So you expecting like this app will be like it's supposed to be in their own database, so the recipe is already provided there, or it's just mostly like engines to bring up recipes from all around the internet.
Right. So it's actually in the spec. So it would be from around. It would be from the internet, right? So it's essentially a smarter recipe search, right? Right. This wouldn't be your own
Okay.
database because the idea is like you can search like any like you can things from the like global. It's like a global search of recipes, right? And
Right.
it's processing and pulling in, right? So it's essentially um, it's a Google like thing, but a futuristic Google, but for recipes that actually has more of an AI built into it to actually serve up recipes that based on the what you search and how you do things, and then of course being able to provide you options, maybe variations of butter chicken, right? And then feedback. So all that has to be coming from the internet. So it wouldn't be a local database.
Yeah, no, that's how I took it too. Like, and I think you were clear with it's right after the search takes place. So it's like, okay, you did your search, which whatever criteria you went for is kind of like we don't know, but it should show up. It should show up in what gets visualized with, okay, you search for something. Here are your options, and then how do you move through them? Like what's the most important stuff to understand? Yep, that's the butter chicken recipe for me today, given whatever the parameters are, right? And that's gonna be really cool to see how they decide how a user would make that call and be like, yep, that's the one I want to cook today. And then maybe moving through a particular recipe or something like that. We'll see what they do.
Yep. Rio, what do you think? You might be. I think
Yeah.
you're muted.
Hello.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the main key of this pack at this time is the search, the smart search. So I think when the designers begin to design their solution, I think in my mind I should see a clear search button, so I can search um, what meal or what food to be cooked in my house. And I think for the smart search, yeah, we are not only can be able to search the name of the food or search by the category, but in my mind, I think we can search any food by the ingredients.
Yes,
So
that's
I
true.
just input or type the ingredients name, and then there's the results show me the cook around the world that has that ingredient. So I think that's what I think.
Yeah, I like that. I like where you went with that, but that actually is getting into kind of much more of the concept around where this could go, especially from the AI side of it. It's almost like
Mhm.
there's ingredients you like, there's certain things you like. What can I make with this, right?
And then
Yes.
Yeah,
Amazon
yeah.
Amazon could put chips in all of our ingredients, and it will just know it's sitting in my fridge, and therefore, based on what you got in your fridge and when the expiration date is, here's what you should go cook. But that's a different that's an extrapolation, right? So
And then that's the smart fridge app
exactly.
that
Like,
ties into your recipe app.
yep, that's like better use that ham.
Funny. Okay, Farjar, hand it over to you.
Yep.
So thank you for having us on.
Yes. Thank you very much, Adam, Clinton, and Daniela for doing live judging in the stage with us. Thank you for sharing your experience, and that's a really great design for and very tough decision to make as a judge. So thank you very much.
I think this was an amazing round to have us on stage talking to everyone because one, it was all 8 designers, but there was amazing matchups. So I think this was great. So, and thanks to everyone out there for watching. This has been a lot of fun.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Clinton, and thank you, Daniela. So yeah, we are actually already reached the deadline for the live broadcast, but we will extend it for 10-15 more minutes. I think it's time for having our finalists that won the round four challenges, PereViki and also wahyu.ts. Can we invite them into the stage?
Woohoo!
Let's see
Please
if they
welcome.
will be able to join with us. I'm really surprised with the result
Yes.
for the upper bracket
Me too.
actually, because both of the champion lose and needs to fighting again in the lower bracket with the winner from the lower bracket. So with us right now we have already PereViki joining with us. And hi PereViki.
Hi,
Hello there.
Vicky.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the queen.
Oh, thank you.
What is
After
your feeling right now? Wins against I Am Song.
uh, I still have goosebumps, and I suffered a stroke and a heart attack at the same time. I think during this match, um, feels great, and I'm sorry for him as well. At the same time, I think that we had two matches already, one in the regionals and one during one of the design months. And once he defeated me, and then once I defeated him, so it was like 1-1
All right.
so far.
So basically, you guys almost even now.
Yeah, I mean, like now, as I defeated him now, you know, can't even talk, guys. You just can't imagine how intense is this. Seriously, I kept on forgetting keyboard shortcuts and things like that I use on an everyday basis, and I was like, what where am I at all? It's really
In
intense.
60 minutes, you guys doing such amazing job. Like,
Yeah,
wow, great.
that's amazing actually that you're able to create some of the that great design with to us. So yeah, joining with us now we have wahyu.ts or Wahyu Trihadi Saputra joining with us. So what are you feeling right
Congratulations.
now, Wahyu?
It was unexpected result here. I still unbelievable result, but what I think is move forward for tomorrow, get ready and uh, think to get the strategy for tomorrow.
I see. So
Look
you're
at
going to
him.
compete. So
Uh,
you're going to compete against PereViki tomorrow, right?
Oh
yes.
yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
So what do you think? Can you beat her? And PereViki, can you beat him?
Uh,
Are you confident with your skills that you will be able
yeah.
to win against each other?
Uh, with PereViki, I really learn in general design, watching how they have design, and if I didn't want, not win with her, I can learn, and it it still uh, make a positive thing for me.
Yeah, yeah. Great experience,
Yeah.
right? Yes, yes.
Yes.
That will be a great experience. Even though whether you win or lose, right? So yeah,
Yes.
congratulations. And I just want to know when you are doing the live problem in for the round four, what are you thinking and what kind of feature that you want to focus on? And I think from my opinion in the from the UI design perspective, iamtong design is really wow. And I really like the design, even though that he is not following the branding. But the review, the judges thinking about the functionality is more important, and that makes you win the competition and for that round, PereViki. So I'm wondering if you're feeling the same or thinking the same with the judges, and uh, thinking that you need to provide more functionality instead of the beautiful design, etc. Can you elaborate your design process when doing the round four?
I don't even think you can talk about a design process here because you're just yeah, try it once. Really, it's really intense. What I think I had some kind of an advantage now because I work as a co-pilot. I work with clients, so I know the background better than okay. Tonk has a lot of experience with Topcoder, so he also knows what's going on in the background. But still, I have more hands-on experience with this. So maybe that is why I could come up with some features that could be very useful. Even though if when I saw his design was brought up first, I think, or yeah. So I obviously I knew that mine is there and that's his. And I saw it. Oh God, I'm definitely in the lower bracket now because it's beautiful. So he's really good in aesthetics in such a short time. It's crazy. Um, but I think we have a chat, and I think that he missed one point in the specification, and that is something that affected his design in a negative way, if you like. And I'm pretty sure that this is also because of the stress. So there was something at the bottom of the specification, near the bottom, which was the target audience, and the whole specification was built up in a way that you could understand the problem, but then if you miss the target audience, then you don't have those kind of IDs. So I think that's the reason why I could defeat him. Yeah, the only reason. Even though if it's pretty obvious that aesthetically mine is not that polished, if you like.
We are
That's
also very surprised when we see the glimpse of the lives of working for both of you. Both are like completely different approach, and we already see like I am Dog is heading to completely different direction right now. And for 60 minutes to fix those error will be takes him a lot of time, I guess. So your solution is very obviously that's exactly like solving the problems. What's the issue and the challenges? So
Mhm.
you're doing great work. So just please don't sell yourself. Sorry, here you're doing very very good job.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually as I am also doing design reviews for the design review board, and there was something I started to implement at the very end, which was this side by side comparison. If you would look at the screen, oh, there are obviously things that are missing, but I know that if I could compare side by side, maybe with another designer's design, which was not obvious from my screen, I know that. But that was the idea, actually, to be able to compare with another designer, because that is really like what they have done on the screen when they were judging us. Now it would be very helpful, and also comparing checkpoint designs to the final designs. That would also be something that is not there right now. Um, so yeah, that was, I guess, that was something uh, that helped me win today, and I'm still amazed by, by this.
But it's awesome. Thank you, PereViki. So, what about you, Wahyu? When you're doing the live competition earlier this round, what are you thinking, and what one of approach of design process, or maybe you have something in your mind from the beginning after reading the spec that you want to go with?
Yes. At first, I really focus on the design requirement and find what is the key problem of it, and then I sketch in on a paper, looking for the what is the real the problem and how to tackle this problem into the good solution and within the K from it. Yes, and then when I saw the time is like 30 minutes left, uh, then I start to uh, working on the design tools and uh, make the visual, uh, make out the what I'm thinking in my mind to visual, like just like that.
So you're spending 30 minutes to sketching, not starting.
Yes, in first two round, I
Okay.
do that
So
because research
Wow,
is because the
it's
research
great.
is K, I think, like online research and everything.
you must be really mastering the tools that you're using. You're using Figma, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
I uh, really uh, help by Figma. Uh, it's a light tool, really not like
Mm.
sketch that I think not too like for my laptop.
I see. So I think PereViki also using Figma now, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I think it's already the trending tools for doing design. The features must be more simple than Sketch or XD, Vicky, according to your experience.
If it's simpler, I, I wouldn't say it's simpler, because there are very complex features as well in Figma. Uh, I don't even know why I like it better. It's better. It's better. It has a lot of. I mean,
Oh,
oops.
did you hear that sound?
Yeah.
That's the sound
That's
of Jesse coming in.
Is it?
Hi,
it's like
Jesse.
it's like an alarm, right? Telling us like, oh,
It wasn't me.
Not me
I've got
either.
construction going on at my house. Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Hi,
Jesse.
Jesse.
Is it time for a prize bomb?
ooh la la.
Woohoo! All right, everybody in the audience, I'm going to throw you a TCO21 t shirt. So get ready. It's coming at you. I hope I can throw it well right to you. I apologize for the construction noise in my house. Here we go. Woo! All right, who's my winner? Oh, it
Yeah,
looks like
I'm wearing it
Vipul.
already.
Vipul, you are my winner. Vipul Chawaf, congratulations. You just won a TCO t-shirt. So, yay.
Woo! Congratulations.
All right. Okay, sorry for interrupting your amazing chat. Great job, everybody. And I will be back with another prize bomb later.
Great. Thank you, Jesse. So yeah, we already reached the end of our live broadcast. So I just want to say congratulations again, PereViki, and also wahyu.ts for advancing to the next round. Whatever will be happen, you're already in the top four, right? So congrats, enjoy evening, and see you again tomorrow for competing in round 6. And I hope you can win as the TCO champion for this year. So thank you very much for your attendance in the post match interview. See you again, Victoria, and see you again, Wahyu.
Bye, guys.
See you
Bye,
guys.
guys.
Bye.
So
Oh, it looks like I still have them. I'm so sorry. I wanted them to sign off. I thought he was turning it over to me. Unfortunately, that is not what was happening. So let me thank you to Wahyu and PereViki for coming on stage. That's what they were about to say. I'm gonna bring them back. I'm gonna bring them back. I shouldn't have done that.
no, okay. So we have PereViki earlier and also wahyu.ts. They are doing great on this round and also competing and advancing into the next round. So based on what you're seeing today, do you have any opinion for tomorrow event, Sita and Rio? Let's start with you, Sita.
I think tomorrow will be very, very interesting. And today we will be still another round that the one who's losing this still going to competing, doesn't it? Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think whoever winning this round, they will not gonna take it easy tomorrow. That's for sure. 10,000 at stake. That's a lot of bucks there to win. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting, but I'm so happy to see Wahyu and PereViki going forward. It's like it's time for the new. It's not like I don't want the other guys to winning, but sometimes circulating them a little bit, it's bringing fresh air to the challenge. So I don't want
Yeah.
every times we leaderboard like TCO winner is either iamtong or abedavera.
Yeah. It's always good to see new faces, right? So yeah. Uh,
Exactly.
what about you, Rio? What
I
do
can't
you
wait.
think?
I cannot wait to see um, how tough the the competition tomorrow. Just wait and see. Let's see who is the winner at this at that round.
Okay, okay. Okay, guys. So we already reached the end of our live broadcast. Thank you very much for seeing us and staying with us. Really sorry if there is any inconvenience about our topics and etc. And thank you very much for our host, Sita Kaur, aka ID Black, and also Rio Andrew Purba, aka Rio Purba. We will meet again tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's great. So have a great evening, afternoon, or morning, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
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 I think that's my cue. I think I can come in now. Guys, thank you so much. Fajar, Sita, Rio. I appreciate you guys coming on to the show. That was such a great show that we had there. I mean, we had live judging on the stage. We got to see some of our competitors competing. We saw one of them. Who was it? Rajesh was so quick. He was just out of the gate already designing his design for this food. Oh, I'm so hungry right now. The food. Oh my gosh. It was so good. So we will keep an eye on that. Now the actual finals for design. Once we find out the winners from the lower bracket here, the winners from there will face off, and then the winners from oh, I'm sorry. No, the winners. Okay, so we got PereViki and Wahyu. They're going to be competing in the top bracket, and then the winners will be competing in the lower bracket. So the winners of the lower bracket. You get it. You know how brackets work. I don't have to explain it to you. It'll be all up on our TCO21.topcoder.com website if you ever need to go back and take a look, see where things are as far as standings. Check that out. Okay, guys, we are going to take a short break, but please stick around because at the top of the hour, it's the most viewed event that the TCO has of all time. It's the algorithm Finals, the algorithm finals. It is gonna be huge. There are a lot of superstars here in this competition. Let's just see so we can give you a little bit of a preview. Here are the final lists for the finals match. We got ACRush. Oh man, we've seen him here before in the past years. ecnerwal, another big name. We got Helshin, who actually might be his first TCO finals, making it all the way to the top 8. Good to see him there. Neil Wu, who has advanced. Unfortunately, his brother didn't, Scott Wu, but we are excited to have Neil Wu here. Piotr, of course, you guys know who he is, all the way from Switzerland, has won the TCO championship 4 times. 4 times. So keep an eye out for him. Another very big competitor that has joined us, I believe, for the first time in the first TCO finals. Oh my gosh, Spy Cheese. He dominated in his semifinal round. So we are definitely going to keep an eye on him. Could be the next monster that you'll have to watch out for. Speaking of monsters, the GOAT himself, the greatest of all time, Tourist. Although I say that, he only has one more championship more than Piotr, but those two battle it out. It seems like every single year. So keep your eye on Tourist. He's been a finalist 8 times, this one being his 9th. I remember he's been a 2-time marathon and algorithm champion in the same year. This guy is crazy. So he's gonna be competing as well. And we finally got Umnik, who has competed in the TCOs, many TCOs, 5, but has yet to earn himself that championship spot. Will this be the year that Umnik pulls it off? We're gonna have to see. So they'll be competing today, and the results will be revealed tomorrow at the awards ceremony. Okay, so stick around. We have about, I'd say about 15 minutes until we come back. I have a guy named Maestro coming on. So if you have been competing in those quizzes that we've been having, you got yourself on the leaderboard. We got a big prize pack waiting for you if you lead that leaderboard in the end. Okay, great. So I will be signing off for the moment. Stick around. Top of the hour. Algo Finals coming at you. All right. Stick around.
As we dance, as we dance, as we dance.
Buenos dias.
Hello, good morning, rise and shine, Nick.
What's up, my histro? Welcome to the show, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm so happy to hear your Spanish getting so much better.
Gracias, biblioteca.
Oh man, you are so ready to come to these Spanish-speaking countries and
La
have some
playa.
fun. Oh yes, the beach. Nice, man. Happy to see that, to hear that.
Well, welcome back to the show. I know a lot of people here have been waiting for you to come because there's only is this the last quiz question?
Yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet moment of the
Oh
day because
man.
we have a great prize. We're happy to have a super prize to give away, but it's the final day for the final question. So it's the last one, the last opportunity to grab some points in there.
Woo!
Yes,
Awesome.
yes, yes.
And just as a reminder for those of
Mhm.
that haven't done this before, what are we doing here? What is all this?
Yeah, yeah. This let's refresh for a little bit because this has been a few days, having fun and seeing the finalists competing, having all these prizes being given away by Topcoder stuff. And we have another special one, which is a special Topcoder swag package, which so to basically to win it, super easy. You just have to play a quiz. We have been throwing questions, polling questions to you about a topic of things that a cool thing we did after the last week. We ran a boot camp to teach new members how to compete Topcoder, how to use the tools for the win, and there were things that happened in there. So we're just throwing out questions about things that happened in the boot camp. And before throwing the last question, I would like to share here in the chat. Wait a second.
Ooh, what are you gonna share
Okay,
in the
this is
chat?
this. Yeah, this is a link of the details, the rules, the dates. Because honestly, my brain cannot process more information and dates at this moment. So all this stuff, the information is in there about how to play. But the last thing to know is that today is the last day for grabbing points, and having a chance to compete in the leaderboard. So basically, today I'm going to ask the final question about things that happen in the bootcamp. Things like what was the name of the host, or I don't know, like what was the tool that we taught for design or coding. So simple tool, simple questions. And if you didn't have the chance to attend, because this is open for everyone, you just have to check the webpage and maybe you can snatch some information that will help you earn some nice points for the prize. So Nick, you think we're ready for
I
the
love
last
it.
question, Nick?
I think we're ready. I think you teed it up really nicely. Now let's see. We
Yeah,
have
let's see it.
we have our competitors here all in the chat room. Here is their final
Okay.
question.
Drums, let's roll drums. Okay, this is a cool one. So we have a host, a workshop runner for development. His name is Maxim. And this person lived in a place for more than 5 years, and we talked about it live in the boot camp several times. Okay?
Interesting. Several
So,
times.
yeah,
So this
we
is
spoke about this several times. So, yes,
Okay.
where did Maxim live for over 5 years? Was it Barcelona in Spain? Was it Paris in France? Was it Bali in Indonesia? Or was it Manila in the great Philippines? So you guys have to guess.
Interesting.
So if you want to play, you just have to click on the screen, not in the chat, by the way, just in the screen. Just click in the option you think is right. So I'm
If
going to
you're in
repeat it.
welcome.
Yeah, here, of course, we know that we're streaming all over the web, in the interweb, to our millions and millions of viewers in Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Yeah, but you want to play, you have to go to welcome and click on the screen and click the option you think is right for Maxim. So where did he live? Was it Barcelona, Paris? Was it Bali or Manila? Where do you think he lived, Nick?
Now this is interesting because
Yeah.
it's just saying where did he live for 5 years.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean like where is he from? Like
Yeah,
where is
exactly.
Maxime from? Do we
Yeah,
know?
that's a good question. He's from Ukraine.
Oh, he's
But
from Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, but he likes to travel. He likes to live the gig life works, the
Oh my
gig work
gosh.
lifestyle.
The
Yeah, he lived in,
Topcoder gig work lifestyle.
yeah, that was, he lived in this exotic place. You know, I'm already saying the word exotic, so there's a hint in there.
Oh no! You just gave them a hint.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Okay. Well.
Okay.
We have a few more votes coming in. We'll see. When do you want to close it up? It's up to you.
Okay. I think I think we're ready for closing it up and revealing the option that was correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that after you close it.
And closed.
Okay, cool. So if you guys clicked in Barcelona, it's wrong. No.
Oh no, it's not Barcelona.
He lived in Bali.
That's pretty exotic,
Bali.
though.
Yeah,
In
yeah, he lived
Bali.
in Bali. Yeah, for over
Ooh.
5 years.
That's gotta
Yeah.
be nice.
Yeah, he was drinking margaritas while working for Topcoder. That's the dream.
Have you ever been to Bali?
Yeah, I was in there in 2019. It's
Oh yeah.
Yeah, super place to be. I mean,
Ooh. What did you
I
like
loved
about it? Any tips?
I loved it. Well, it was super. It was interesting because it has this mix of kind of a peaceful environment. It has a side of peace, and also it has a side, which is very touristic, kind of Western, climatized, where you can, I don't know, maybe go to places like coffees and stuff. But there are also places where you can, I don't know, just spend some days with nature and mountains and waterfalls and just be peaceful. So yeah, it's a super interesting combination, and I'm quite sure I'm going back there once the pandemic allows us to travel
Oh
more.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully
Yeah.
I'll be able to meet you there. That would be awesome.
Yeah, yeah, of course, man. We will have a good time in there.
That's awesome. Okay, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming out here. You've done really great job hosting these questions, these little quizzes for everybody. I'm sure they appreciate it. So when will they find out about the final leaderboard points?
Yeah. Oh, well, the pleasure is mine being here involved with the TCO. It's super great. And as for the leaderboard, we have it ready by November 24th in the forums. Yes, in the same link that I shared before. Here in the chat, there are all the details. And then you should get ready to win some prizes. So good luck to everyone, and thank you for participating.
Awesome. All right, Maestro, we are going to sign off for just 1 minute because the algorithm finals are coming up. It's gonna be exciting.
Yes.
It's gonna be so exciting. Are you ready for this?
Of course, man. I can't wait. Can't wait to see this competition. Is nuts. Like I love it.
It's gonna, yeah. Even though we have no idea what they're doing, it's just so exciting
Yeah, yeah.
with the points and everything, right? All
Yeah.
right. I'll see you on the other side. Thanks a lot, Maestro.
Okay. Okay. Bye, bye, guys.
Okay. I guess I'll hop on real quick. You guys, you're on live. Welcome to the Algo Finals. Can we hear you? Yeah? Chat? I can't seem to hear you guys. You know what? It could be me. Let me hop off stage and let you guys take over, all right?
Sounds good. Can people hear us?
Hey.
Hi. Hey guys, so the 21 TCO algorithm finals is just starting right now. So in today's contest, we have 8 contestants. We have 4 contestants from each of the semifinals that happened last week. And they're competing for a $10,000 prize today. $1,500 for second place and $500 for third place. So that's pretty cool. So I guess we have the list of contestants in the finals. So we have ACRush, ecnerwal, Halcyon, Neil, Piotr, Spycheese, Tourist, and Umnik competing today. All very strong competitors, so yeah, it'll be very exciting to see how they do today.
Yeah, all of them already opened some problem, obviously. Almost all of them have gone through to the easy problem, which this time around is a bit harder than usual and costs 300 points. But Umnik decided to go for the medium problem, which also cost a bit more than usual with 600 points.
I think strategy for Umnik can be a good idea because 600 problems seems to be not so hard, while I have no ideas on 300 points one.
And so based on the point values, usually in these 3-problem contests on Topcoder, the point values are 250, 500, and 1000. So the fact that they're 300 and 600 instead of 250 and 500, it suggests that they might be a little bit harder than usual, but Pavel seems to think that you seem to think that 600 is more approachable. I guess we could take a look at it.
Well, and as we see, Alex is already writing something, so
Oh,
I
wow.
think my idea that this problem is not so hard could be true.
Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and explain it. Does somebody? Okay. Can we see the blackboard? Yeah. Thanks. So the problem is, or Pablo, do you want to explain the problem?
Which one?
The medium problem.
Well, we can probably should we start with easy one?
Oh, okay, we can start with the easy one too.
So probably anyone who has ideas how to solve it.
I haven't read the whole problem yet. If you want to explain the problem, that would be.
Well, okay, I can start. Well, the problem statement is kind of very long and not easy to understand, so probably mostly participants are still reading. So we have some strange game which works like following. I'm not sure I know how to read. We have a long line with a lot of points. So I can probably use something. And each point is a planet, which are numbered like 0, 1, 2, and etc. And each planet can have several colonies of some people. So like these planets can have a colony of 2 people, while these have 2 colonies of 3 and 4 people, if I understand correctly. This can happen, and this is not the same like colony of 7 people. Maybe planet 3 have nothing, so have no colonies, while planet 4 have some other colony of 1 people. And there can be no colony of 0 people, so if there is 0 people in colony, there is no colony. So, and we have 3 types of moves. First of all, we can find 2 consecutive planets which both have colonies, like first and second one here, and move some people from from bigger planet to lower one. So, for example, we can move several people from colony with 3 people to colony with 2 people in this sample. The second type of move is we can introduce new colony. Like, for example, we can move some people, this person from colony 4 on planet 4 to new colony on planet 3. And while doing this, number of people doubles. So if we do using this move, this one person is go here like 2 new persons. The problem statement asks to not getting into details how this happened. And the third type of move is even more strange. We need to choose planet which is odd prime number. It's only planet 3 here, but if we add planet number 5, I'm not very successful in writing 5, and there is some new colony of, I don't know, 7 people, we can move some people from this colony we can relocate the whole colony to the planet 2 planets left. So we can move these 7 people to planet 3. But when this happens, people dies. So if we do that, 5 people dies.
Okay, and there has to be at least P people.
And we need to have at least P people here to move. So we have 2 players who doing moves one by one first and so on second, and their goal to be last player who done the move. So if you can't move, you're lost. So this makes totally no sense for me.
Yeah, in terms of the actual scenario, it's kind of strange that you want to be the last person
scenario
to.
is not very strange, but this move's making no sense, to be honest.
Okay, yeah.
Just moving some random stuff between positions.
But yeah, so anyway, it's just like a game where you have some moves to move people from higher positions to lower positions.
Yeah,
and
so
you just want to
it's
find
kind
who's
of a cyclic
winning.
game, but well, these colonies are not fully independent, so theory like grandies are not very applicable here. While state can be quite big, so direct analysis is not applicable to, and this is 300 points problem, so it shouldn't involve something very hard.
Yeah, hopefully. So there can
to be
be
honest, I'm a bit
there can be
confused.
up to
Wait.
100 planets, and up to
We have 100 colonies, but 1 million planets.
Oh, I see. So
And
there
colony
can be
sizes
empty.
can
There
be
can be
up to 1
empty
billion.
colonies. Yeah. So I don't know. Since there's so many moves, I feel like we. I'm not sure. Like I have a feeling that the solution or like the way to tell who wins won't actually be that complicated, even though there are a bunch of different kinds of moves.
Well, probably there should be, maybe there's just some environment which can be changed or something like that.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know, some of people in colonies on even planets or something.
Okay.
But I don't have ideas which environment in exact. And what do our competitors think? I see no submissions yet, so maybe they're a bit confused too.
Maybe we can look at somebody's screen.
Can we check if someone?
Is everybody is working on it besides Imnik.
So, who is that? It's tourist, and he's not. Looks like writing something.
Yes.
Andrew started.
So he's typing in Python right now, actually. So I think it looks like he might be trying to write a slower solution and just trying to guess the answer based on
Maybe
the answer for some
that's.
small cases. So there's two types of moves that move to like the previous planet, and then the last type of move moves people 2 planets away. Is that right?
Yeah, and the last kind of move is looking totally madness. Like prime number, someone dies. What's happening? I think this is just kind of joke, and it should be just. And this move should be just useful. It should be just useless.
Oh,
I don't
interesting.
see this problem can be
Yeah, I
solvable.
guess we could try to solve the problem with just the first two, and then maybe it turns out the third move isn't helpful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like if you move something from even to odd, probably for odd to even, it can be just dropped somehow.
Okay.
Like repeating this move and moving to other odd number or something like that.
Yes, but what if we started odd number? We couldn't just repeat that.
If we moved from 1 to 0, you mean?
Yes, or from 3 to 2. If our opponent repeats, then we just repeat again and win. So it's not
a problem. So maybe
viable.
Well, I mean that this looks like something like this. That only one of parity of planets is meaningful because on one of parity we can just repeat the moves.
Not exactly
Yes.
repeat, because
Well, but I mean that um, that if one of that we can not allow you to change. Well, I mean that if I consider only planets with with even positions,
Mhm.
then I can just ignore moves which starts in odd positions because this move is always cancelable by moving to another another odd or
So
or
it's the
vice
other way
versa.
around. We don't care about people on the even planets, because people on the even planet, if our opponent moves them somewhere, we can just repeat. Can just move all of those people to the next even planet, basically.
Okay, that
Okay.
makes sense.
But without planets, that's not true. So basically, we only care about people at the odd planets.
Yeah, okay, that looks good. So when we have when odd planet is prime, we have some strange move of moving them to the smaller number, and also we can just delete people, but by moving them to the even ones by any of first two moves, they are now the same.
Okay. So we're saying that if we do the first two moves on the odd one, then it's basically like removing those people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that means that prime positions are somehow connected with previous ones, and that's not so. Oh, just moving the whole. So prime positions can be.
I guess like the prime move is unique for one colony. So like
I'm
it's
not
there's just a
sure
chain
it's
of
really useful.
what do
Like
you
this means like removing people and moving to another planet, but we are not really interested on which planet we are.
well I think it is because it's basically like
We, we
um
are definitely not interesting. We just move. We
Basically,
can from any odd planet. We can move to even planet, and it's not important on which one.
yeah, but you can also keep it on an odd planet. So like there's like a fixed number of moves basically for this odd planet colony until you can't make
No,
a
you can just
back move
remove any
anymore.
number of people by first move.
Uh-huh.
So the third move is useful. Is useless.
no,
It's
no,
moving you
no.
to another planet, but this doesn't change anything. So
Yes,
this
it
is
But you
does,
just
can
because
yeah, but
wait a
you can
second. You can just remove the colony if it contains exactly p people. So
but you
it's
can still
obviously
just
useful.
remove it by moving it the whole to the odd
oh,
planet.
I see what you mean. So you're saying because you're removing people on the move, then you might as well just
Okay.
remove those people. Okay.
Yeah, so that's just a name on odd positions, and everything except this is just a joke.
That's kind of fun. Yeah, so basically, I guess the argument, just to say it again, is that if we look at the colonies on, like, based on what parity of planet there are, if let's say the first player has a winning strategy, then the the winning strategy can be every time the other player does something and moves people from an even planet to an odd planet, you use a slow move and you just move them back to like if they move it from 2n to 2n minus 1, then you move them to 2n minus 2, and we can just like the odd planets look the same, and then otherwise you can assume that like only the odd planet colonies exist, and since you're allowed to just remove people from that planet and move them to the even planet, it's just nim with those colony sizes. I guess
Yeah, I think you're correct.
nobody's
So,
compiled yet.
so we can check it. No, I think no one. So probably most of them experimenting. Well, problems like this are much easier when you can discuss it with someone. So
Yeah,
like
that's
I
So
get some parts, Yegor gets some other parts, you get some third parts, and in the total we work quite fast.
do you
But
think
when
rubber duck would be enough?
sorry,
Do you think rubber duck would be enough for solving this problem?
I'm not sure. This I think it would have a bit more time. Like you need well, all these steps are quite standard, but require some time and different time for different people. So when you are working in team, it's much faster.
That's true. So we can, because like people still not even compiling anything, we can talk about, I think, the second problem.
Probably.
It is a much more straightforward problem statement. You have basically a table of r times c squares, and you want to calculate the number of ways to remove a set of squares from the table, possibly empty, possibly all, so that all the remaining squares can be divided into dominoes.
I think that's so. The second, so I think we also want to count different tilings of dominoes as
No,
different.
I think we exactly do not want to count the different tilings, because if that would be the case, it would be a much easier problem. It would be just
just number of
Oh,
matchings.
sorry. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So well, I think this problem is quite standard, and I probably saw something like that somewhere. It's well, it's the solution looks very scary. It's like dynamic on subset of profiles.
Okay.
I mean that there is standard dynamic programming for solving tiling. Like we're going to the one of directions and checking. Well, probably need to draw something. So we fixing some part of the grid. Like I probably need to draw a new grid. It's not very easy. I draw a bit smaller grid. Like there's standard dynamic programming for tiling, which works like that. We are fixed some part of grid like that, and we have the state of this part of the like column with one moved element. So like which of them are already covered and which of them are not. So there is dynamic programming like that, which works for tiling problems. So now we don't want to check the tiling problem itself, but the interesting part for us is the subset of profiles which are available on this layer when we are covering this set of excluded points. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, but it's complicated.
hard.
Yes.
That's a bit hard concept, I think. So
Yeah,
can
and
you do you have
just,
ideas how
just to
to?
explain the previous thing a bit more. So if you look at the constraints, the rows is at most 8 and the columns is at most 200. So like the dynamic programming approach that Pavel is talking about, basically it only works if one of the dimensions is small, because you're keeping track of which subset of the rows has been covered by the previous dominoes, which it would be too large if both of the coordinates were like 200, say.
Yeah, and we're in even worse case because we need not just the set of the covered points, but a set of sets points which can be covered. So we're even more exponential.
Right, yeah. So
So
we need some way to keep track of like which tilings are possible of
well,
what we've seen already.
I
Maybe.
mean that we just need to have said that this part of the grid is already chosen. Is it's allowed or not allowed to be used in tiling, and we can add one new point. So if we're considering this point, we can either just forbid it to be in tiling. Then we have some moves from each profile. And we can just do this move and give new set. Or if we allow it, we have two moves. We can either cover it by horizontally or vertical domino. I think we need to consider some example, or it's very hard to understand. But but writing an example for such stuff is still not easy. So how the dynamic programming how the base dynamic programming works? I'll consider just very small example. Like we say that we already cover these four elements. They are already covered or not not available for covering. That's not important. And we have now 3 points. I marked. Well, I'm not successful in marking, so I mark with this. So these are 3 points which are in our interest for now. For each of them, we have to know like if it's already covered or not. So for example, we can say that this point is already covered. This can happen if, for example, we have tiling like that. So domino like that, and this point is not available, for example. So if this point is not available and others are available, one of our valid profiles is this point is, well, I'm not sure if do you see, is my mouse is not shown on the stream. That's a problem. So we can got the profile like that. This point is uncovered. This point is covered, while this point is uncovered too. So after getting this point, adding this, we're no more interested in already covered point, and we can either add a domino or say both of these should be covered by, in the future, dominoes like in that direction.
Right.
So in fact, we add a new point and have two possibilities how to cover it. We can either cover it by vertical going up, or we can cover it by horizontal going left, or we can cover it in future. So in fact, in the sample I shown, there are 3 possibilities of points. So we have 2 in the 3s, which is equal to 8 possibilities total of number of sets which can
sorry
be
to
covered.
interrupt, but there is some news. Piotr actually submitted his easy problem, but he still hadn't opened anything else. So he probably
we can read it. Well, at least he's founding primes, which is not useful in solution we discussed.
But
This
maybe
a bit strange.
he just well, obviously, because you need to output number of valid moves, you need to consider primes on the first move.
Okay, that's true.
But it seems that he just goes through the even planets and calculate store of sizes of the odd planets of the colonies that are located on the odd planets. So I think he has the correct solution.
Yeah, probably he is, except of some typos, which is not easy to see fast.
But I guess this is not hard to stress test this, so he probably may go for it.
Well, probably implementing this problem is not. It shouldn't be hard. It's quite straightforward when you got what's happening.
Right.
So should we return to 600? So we have 8 possible profiles. Like each of these 3 points can be either already covered or to be covered in future. And so when we need to solve our initial problem, we have some set of points available for tiling, and we need to know which of these 3 points are available for tiling. And after that, we need to know the subset of these 8 profiles which are available. So this theoretically can be like 2 into the 8s. So in total, it would be like 2 to the 2 to the r,
2 to the 2
which
to the
is
r. Okay.
definitely very large.
Okay.
But in fact, very low amount of profiles is really available.
Right. Like so, like even the original 2 to the R, they're not actually 2 to the R
Well,
possibilities.
yeah, it's much smaller if you go in only through reachable numbers.
Right, and like probably not all subsets of profiles are the
Yeah, the
a
number of
valid
subsets is
subset for some.
really small.
Yeah. So do you think like just implementing this
Yeah,
would
I
be
think it
enough?
should pass.
Okay. That seems reasonable to me.
I mean, well, probably there can be need for some optimizations like pre-calculating moves, not calculating from which subset you go to each time, but those are some technical details which can be easily tested. So I
Also,
think at least with some
interesting-
caching, it definitely should pass.
it's interesting that in the constraints we have different bounds on C based on what R is. So
Well, I think this is just for increasing number of valid inputs to avoid ability to just pre-calculate all answers locally
Mhm.
for bigger amount of time or something like that. I think there are still not really many inputs,
Okay.
but maybe there
Right.
is some reason. No idea what's exactly wanted by problem setters. So Neil is writing something.
Interesting. He's so he is XORing
Well, he's
the
XORing
colony
odd
sizes
numbers.
for odd planets, so that's good at least.
Well, yeah, probably participants are getting in the problems, and this would take some more time, but don't think this would really be a problem for any of them, but it could get some time. So, do you have any ideas what to say about the second problem to be more understandable than I tried? Well, unfortunately, this concept is
Yeah, I
quite
guess.
hard.
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty advanced even for dynamic programming. But I guess like the point of the whole thing is that if you're going through the table left to right, then you don't need to remember what happens on the far left of the table to like continue your tiling. Basically, if you have like a vertical line moving through the board, like you only basically need to remember um, like which profiles basically are still valid and which aren't valid. And you don't, even though there might be like a bunch of ways to tile the left side, you can kind of forget about them and just group them by what their profile looks like at the vertical line.
Yeah. But well, the implementation is not very easy for that. I mean, this would get some time to just write code because there are a lot of details. So,
Right, so we would have to basically.
So we can check how successful is Alexei, and we are checking it. Oh yeah, he's writing stuff like we're saying. So there is some dynamic going. He's writing the caching I talked about, like getting
Like
how many
pre-computing.
We
moves
have
between
another
different
submission on the
states.
300-point problem at this point.
He's trying to get
Oh,
something.
cool. We have Tourist and Spy Cheese both submitted the easy.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, Peter finally opened his medium problems. Well, medium problem was Spike. He's opened medium problem right away. So interestingly, despite just submitting, they would have basically the same score on medium when they do submit, if they submit at the same time.
Tourist, I think, just stress testing his 300. He still didn't open next
Makes
one.
sense, I guess. Yeah, so it's interesting that because Spy Cheese like we all know, he won the second semifinal, and part of that was due to his strategy, which he basically opened the 500 as soon as he solved the 250, submitted that, and then went straight to the 1000, and he basically had the most time to work on the 1000. So even though his 500 failed, he's still able to win with the 1000. So it seems like he's following a similar strategy.
Well, this strategy is a big risk because, I mean, when you get something wrong, you lost everything.
Meanwhile, Umnik compiled his medium problem and started to batch testing it in Arena. I wonder if we will have submit shortly.
Probably he will. I think he tested already locally.
So yes, basically he testing on max tests for each.
Yeah,
Yes, and
checking
this
time
is submit.
limits makes sense for this problem.
So I wonder what would be his strategy. Would he go for easy now, or would he go hard? Because he knows how many time it will take to solve easy.
Well, I'm not sure that he knows as well.
He had gone for hard, and we
Yeah,
can.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not sure he will stay at hard after reading it. It
Right.
looks
Well,
a bit scary.
50, like there's 50 minutes left in the round. Like if you assume that the easy shouldn't take like more than 30 minutes or so, then
You have 15 minutes to, well, but only 3 people got the easy one in half an hour. So
oh yeah, I guess that's true.
Actually, 4 people because Andrew also submitted his easy now. So we just have ACRush, Neil Wu, and Helshan on easy
well,
now.
probably Alexei can assume that everyone can write 600 in more or less the same time he did. So probably if he wants to beat Belter and Tourist, who probably would be faster generally, he needs to solve 1000 or to solve 300 faster.
Interesting. Well, I think I definitely would have trouble implementing the 600, but that's just me. Maybe these contestants won't get tripped up.
It's
like
not really easy. Well, I think all dynamics like that can be written in more or less the same. So if you already wrote a bunch of them, it's easier. But anyway, it requires really a lot of code.
Gennady finally moved on to the medium problem, while Andrew ecnerwal compiling easy problem again and testing it, so there is a possible resubmit in the works.
Interesting.
As about the hard problem, it's quite interesting, but it's somewhat similar to the easy problem from the second semifinal in the sense that it's not you write program not in your own like language like C++, or Java, but you write a program in a very special language.
Oh, interesting.
So the problem goes like this: we have a binary tree, and we want to find all the vertices in this tree that are the deepest one from the root. But what we actually have is a finite automaton where we describe states, and for each state we have it goes like the following: each node have 26. Each node in our tree have 26 Boolean flags. Initially, all the flags but L, R, and P are unused and is set to false, while L, R, and P are set to if this vertex have left child, right child, or parent respectively. In each move, we can check some of those we have a state. We check some of those flags, and if any if it fits all those flags, we can say that this flag should be true or this flag should be false. If we specify all flags correctly for the move, we then go on with this move, and move says change these flags, and then you have an option to go to either left child, right child, or parent. Our task is to set a flag X for each deepest leaf in this tree, and then exit the program. And the program is exited when known of the conditions that we have are satisfied, or if we try to move to the an existing vertex.
I think we definitely need an example.
Okay. You can look at the.
Probably we can just consider the second example from the problem statement. It looks like something happening.
Yes, we will do that, but can we show the scoreboard, because Andrew actually did resubmitted his easy problem and move on to hard.
Well, probably after a submission on easy one, trying to solve hard is good idea.
Meanwhile, Neil is compiling and testing his easy, so the submit is probably imminent here. If at least if he pass his tests. So yeah, let's look at this example. This example, which is correct program for correct automaton for any tree with exactly two vertices. As you can see, this is our output program. It starts with which state is the starting one, which is aptly named start. We can see that this instruction could never be run because it requires both y flag to be both false and both true and false at the same time, which is not possible. So this wouldn't be run at any time. So what it did, it basically goes from the starting node to L if there is to left if there is left child, goes to right if there is right child, and if none of these conditions satisfied, we reach this statement, which means that there is no children basically for this vertex, and so we mark this vertex as the deepest one, which is true for trees of size 2, and then basically move to finish state, which we will exit on the next step because there is no instruction for finish state. At the same time, there is instruction in the last line, which would never be reachable because we have no way to move to state hello 47.
But that's just to show that we can add something strange to our automaton, and that's okay. Just to not be not writing some code to get rid of extra states occasionally happens. That's okay.
Meanwhile, Neil Wu has submitted his easy problem for 152 points and haven't moved on yet. We'll see what he's up to in a few minutes, I guess, unless he will find a bug in his easy as well.
So we have 2 people working on the 1000 right now, and 3 people are working on the 600.
Probably we can check the progress on 600 in 5 minutes or something. I think they will start writing, as we've seen on Umnik. So yes, is it better he's writing something?
I guess he's paused, so he's not exactly sure. Or maybe he's just
Well,
gathering his thoughts.
probably he's thinking what to do, but anyway.
Oh yeah, so for the 1000, there is also a simulator for the programming language that you have to write. And that's for basically testing. Contestants can test their program once they've written it.
Also, there is an interesting twist for 1000 problem, because you can test in Arena only test with up to 30 vertices, basically, because you only supplied as an input a number of vertices, and then you are tested some number, like then your program is supplied some number of trees with that number of vertices. So interestingly, you can test an arena with n up to 30, and for n up to 30 you have to terminate within 20,000 steps. But in the system test, the test would be up to 60,000. I wonder if you can challenge with this test. I guess no.
Oh,
But
interesting.
I would wait for confirmation from admins. I will ask. And for that, you have to fit into 200 million steps.
So what do we think the number of steps, like what is that of n or n log n?
Well, I think it's much bigger.
I think it's closer to n squared divided by 2, at least for n equals 60,000.
Yeah.
But that's if it's n squared, that would be a very tight constant factor, I feel like.
Well, I'm not sure it's not liking, I don't know, n multiplied by log cubic or something like that. Because, I mean, how the solution could work, it's need to do something, some depth first search with calculating heights in these variables. You need add one to the bit string, and all stuff of that like that is not very trivial and requires a lot of.
Yes, we have a confirmation that actually it's around n square from the.
I think it's
little o.
So I
guess
mean,
like log squared or something. Log
I
cubed.
mean that they mean that it should be n multiplied by some polylog, but with quite a big polylog.
Yeah, I
And
guess it makes sense because, like, as Pablo was saying, we have bits, and if we want to store an integer, it already takes log n steps to add one to integer.
I also got confirmation that contestants will only be allowed to challenge with n up to 30.
Well, I'm not sure it's really important. Like, probably the smaller limits on number of moves on 30 allows to challenge you on 30. So probably there can be some bugs, like you use too low number of bits to store hate or something like that, but which becomes unchallengeable, but don't think it's really important. So we're looking for Peter. He's already debugging something.
So I guess we could try to come up with a solution. Like,
I'm not sure he has a full solution yet.
But he's already debugging something.
Yes. We have Neil resubmitting his easy problem as well. And while tourist compiled his 600 and testing it. But it was like a couple of minutes ago, so probably tests weren't for his liking.
Michael looks like checking that there are not very many states in the dynamic I said.
Meanwhile, Neil also moved to hard problem after resubmit on the easy. I wonder if you would have interesting challenge phase because of all these resubmits on easy problem. So there's probably some case that is not coded by the samples.
Yeah, probably will. And ACRush decided that he don't want to solve 300?
I guess so. He decided to move on to 1000, or at least maybe it's like it goes like that. If like it's better to solve 1000 than like hard problem by now that it is the easy one and the medium one, because
Probably.
like easy one and medium one scores probably wouldn't end up enough for him.
Probably they won't.
Yeah, if you assume that there will be people who solve 300 and 600.
Mikhail is a very brave person not to use brackets in constructions like that. Never sure how does it work.
Where are you looking?
In like less and bit shift. No idea what's the order.
Yeah, I should use parentheses for your operators. Definitely a good habit. Yeah, back to the 1000, I guess. This kind of problem where you have to write a program, I feel like it would take longer. So I wouldn't be that surprised if nobody actually has time to do it.
Yeah, there were lots of details, and also if you get something wrong, it's very hard to debug. Like something goes wrong. What to do next?
And yeah, there's no.
I wonder if it is about time for
Tourist is Relagini. He had some problems or what?
For Umnik to move on to easy problem, because we're around the time Peter submitted it in 26 minutes, all the others a little bit later.
Tourist seems to be submitting pre-calculated answers.
Oh.
And he did indeed for almost 500
Oh,
points.
wow.
That's a very, very strong move on his part.
So now is he ahead of everybody that could get to 600?
I would say that everyone else would kind of have, unless like Andrew or Neil would switch to 500 now and have a very, very, very big score, like close to 600, which I think is impossible. I think Tourist basically says you need hard to beat me.
Okay.
Probably, it's true.
I wonder why he's testing it in Arena.
Well, just to check that he got enough elements in arrays and didn't got some random garbage as a result.
So he typed in like 48,000 numbers.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he really wrote the solution. Probably. Well, Tourist is really good at remembering old problems, so I'm not sure if he didn't just found it somewhere. That's really fast.
It looked like he did have some code.
I'm sure in Gennadi's abilities, but it was really fast.
That's true. I mean,
ACRush decided
like
to
he has a lot of
open.
code,
Sorry, ACRush decided to open medium one as well. While Tourist decided to write stress test. I guess Gennady suspects that there is not enough time for hard by now to solve hard by now. So it's better to make sure his easy and medium are
Well, this makes some
correct.
sense. Well, probably she need to at least read hard one.
That's true. But it can be... Oh, he closed the rain again. I think he
Probably
has
he
some
has some
problems
technical
with
problems.
Java.
Okay, something went wrong. I see he somewhere had two arenas. Not sure what's the reason. But probably he have some plan.
I hope so. Meanwhile, Neil decided to switch to medium as well. Because I guess these 500 points by tourists led to some interest by others, if they can probably do something similar as well. Because we are not only have first place, there is prizes for other places as well, so it's good to be second or third.
Yeah.
At least better than like seventh. I wonder if Heltion is the only finalist who uses Vibarina.
I think so, because in the semifinals, I think it was only Halcyon and Ben who were using the web arena.
Anyway, quite interesting. Tourists still do basically nothing for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, so I think it's not always the case that the hardest problem in the final is like impossible, I guess, because I think last year it was actually solved by a few people. Is that right? So I think there are some years where nobody ends up solving the 1000 and the winner solves only the easy and the medium, but there are also, I think without looking at the problem, it's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, that sometimes works different. For example, in 2015, there was only 3 correct submissions for all participants total.
I think 2012 there was only 2.
Well, it's hard to predict the problem hardness well.
Yeah, without opening.
So sometimes you make them too hard or too easy. So we see Michael, well, that's what I say when I say that there are a lot of technical details in this, like adding -1s, +1s, XORing stuff. It's very hard to get exactly correct on that.
That's not a for loops.
Well, there are a lot of stuff when you can get wrong, and it's hard to debug it.
So I guess we could look at Piotr's screen, because he should be most of the way done by now.
And also you can see the amount of code. It's like line 230. So when you have half an hour to write it, that's quite a lot.
Oh wow. But I guess some of it is from his template.
Probably, but still.
So Taurus opened the 1000, and Andrew is still working on the 1000. So maybe he's actually implementing it by now.
Peter compiled and testing his medium problem, so we may have submit shortly.
But probably this would put him only on the second place. No way
That's
to
true.
be in first.
And for Rumnik, it seems that he's past the point where at least he would need the fastest, easy to solve it on time. So he
Well,
basically,
probably he have good chances to be in second or third even without solving easy. While to beat tourist, he definitely needs the hard.
yes, he gambles on solving the hard and winning it all.
Yeah, so probably can we see what he's doing right now? Maybe he's already writing something. Otherwise, I don't think that's a good solution because, well,
Yeah.
problem like hard looks like you need a lot of time to implement it, even if you got what to do. So probably we'll got it in some time. So do you have ideas what exactly to do? Like we need to have several variables to understand the color of vertex in depth first search. Like did we already come to vertex or did we already went to its left child? Did we already went to its
Mhm.
right child?
So that should be pretty doable. We only need there's only a few states, right, for that part
I don't
to actually
understand
do
well
the search.
how copying vertex works. Like we need to
Right.
copy height from one vertex to another and increment it by one. Well, incrementing by one doesn't look very hard, while copying is not obvious, while we can change only variables in the vertex we have.
So could we have like a state for each bit, I guess, and copy it like that?
So probably not for each bit, but for each bit and each value, because we need to store value in the state. We have no other place.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, let's say we're in like a copy state, then we could say like starting from some bit to some bit, have a state that says where like what we're copying, and then like just copy the value basically, and then go back, copy the next bit, go back, copy the next bit.
Probably we can. Not sure. Well, I mean that.
I have some idea actually. Suppose that we have currently x on some level, like in the initial, like we have only x set to the root, right?
Okay.
We then go do DFS, and for when we encounter x vertex, we see if it has any children, and if it do, we set it to y, like set some other bit on it as well, and we also OR those bits up. So when we go up, we will set, if we have this bit set, we will
Okay.
set that bit on the upper vertex as well, all the way to
And
the
so
root.
if we don't have this vertex, we are done. This bit.
If we don't have this vertex, we are done, and if we do have, we then remove this additional bit and
push x to the childs.
Push x to the childs, yes, something like that.
Yeah, that looks easier than calculating the heights.
I guess so. But that would be n squared, right? Steps.
That would be n squared.
Oh, okay, I see the problem. It would be n squared if we have like very unbalanced tree.
Yeah, it would be like n multiplied by the depth.
Mm-hmm. Which could also be an n if we had a very long path.
But I think we can do stuff like returning the most deep vertex. Like we can independently solve this problem on the left of the left, this problem on the right, while calculating the depth. Just compare them. Comparing is quite easy.
Okay.
If something can be easy in such a language.
But
and
what about
then to clean up one of parts.
Maybe we can actually go down by like 20 levels at a time, because we have like we just set from current X level we go like for at most 20 levels.
And to check
Oh.
if there a vertex on that?
Yes, and then if not, then we go by one level from that point on.
Okay, maybe.
In a separate state, so we have something n squared divided by 20, and that would be enough.
Maybe. Well, anyway, you need to implement depth first search on that. That's already looks untrivial.
Yeah, it's
Well, I
definitely a
don't
lot
think
of
it's
steps.
untrivial. You just set some bit in a vertex when you go to its left child,
Right.
and then
And then set another bit once you've gone to the right child.
you don't need to do you just remove the bit and go up when you return from the right child.
And then your
you need to
state.
understand that you're returning from the right child.
I guess your state could have that.
So you need some state for that.
But it should be, yeah, that's doable for sure. I guess I think we would definitely need the copying a number up or down the tree.
Well, the Igor solution doesn't really need the number.
But that's, I mean, I feel like the n squared over.
Well, like, I think that hacks like getting to the several levels in one should help.
Okay, we could go in 100 levels. Yeah. But we would need 100 states for that, which is
Yeah, the program has to have only 500 instructions, so.
But 20 new states we definitely can fit. And n squared divided by 20, we kind of have some leeway in number of steps.
So can we see what Omnic is doing? I think we didn't see him very long time.
Sorry to cut in. It's my pleasure to introduce the problem author Michal Forishek, who will be able to join in just a few minutes this discussion.
That's good. Probably he will tell us what's planned.
We should also take a look at Andrew's, because he's also been working on the 1000 for a while and not opened the medium. So I assume that he's implementing something. So are Andrew, Umnick, and I guess Tourist are the only ones working on the 1000?
Probably. Well, let's see. Well, it can somehow work from compiling. Problems like that are often when you're very concentrated. Could be done quite fast, but that's hard. The problem is if you didn't get them all from the first time, it's hard to do something with that.
Meanwhile, Spycheese compiled his medium problem and testing it and compiling again. I guess he fixed some quick bug because it took him only 20 seconds to compile again after batch testing.
So we have problem author joined us. Can we hear
Okay,
you?
hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, hello, Mishev.
Hey, hello everyone. So, pleasure to be here. I'm happy that so far, knock on wood, everything seems to be running smoothly. So I have the capacity also to come here and talk to you already about the problems. So first of all, it was a pleasure listening to you as we were analyzing the two easier problems. I mean, you were quite on fire and you got everything right. Pavel also very quickly came with the correct idea for the medium. Yeah, so as you have already seen with the easy problem, it can be tricky. The example test cases, they are not trivial, but they don't cover everything. So we already had a resubmission by Neil, and maybe there will be some challenge potential in this problem.
Probably. This looks like it have details which are easy to miss.
I mean, so the easiest way to the easy problem is to realize that this looks very similar to the staircase NIM, and then to think about exactly as you did about the extra moves and to realize that if you have extra moves that the one who is winning doesn't need, and the one who is losing that they don't help him, then those extra moves don't change the solution at all. So the losing positions are still those where the odd planets have an XOR equal to 0. Yeah, for the medium problem, I found it easier to think about what we are doing in terms of not broken profiles, which is what Pavel was trying to draw, but in terms of full columns. It's usually slightly less efficient, but it's easier also for explanation what's going on. So imagine that we are trying to fill the entire rectangle, and we are going one column at a time. And for each column, we will now make a decision where exactly are the cells we want to cut out. And now once we made this decision, then we have to take some possibility for the previous columns, and then some way of finishing the tiling on the next column. And this will give us a collection of possibilities of what is and what isn't actually tiled in the last column. Everything else to the left of the last column has to be tiled perfectly, and only in the last column we will have one or more possibilities for what is and what isn't tiled, or 0 or more in some situations. And we have already seen, for example, Spycheese, as he was debugging his code, he had exactly these debug outputs that he was, as he was going one column at a time, he was always recomputing the number of different states you can get. And the state can be, so the way it's done in the reference solution, it's simply a bit set. So if you have a column of height 8, it means there are at most 2 to the 8, which is 256 possibilities what is and what isn't tiled. Actually, it's even less than that because of parity. And you just simply store the set of these that are possible. Later, maybe I can draw a picture where it's better to see the situation with multiple possibilities for the same choice of those cells that are cut out. As for the hard problem, at this point, I'm kind of expecting that nobody will probably have enough time to finish it.
What do you think about Umnik? Have you seen what he's coding?
I think it was very early. The last time I saw his screen, I think it was very early to tell what he's doing. So yeah, I don't know whether he was on the right track or not.
So we can see what Tourist is doing.
Tourist looks like preparing challenges or something for the easy problem.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, are you sure there is no square solution in the hard? Because I think we came up with solutions that kind of squared divided by 20 or something like that.
I mean, n squared divided by 20 is exactly something you might attempt, and it's kind of borderline. So I think if you play around with the problem for long enough, then you can get such a solution to work, probably. The question is whether we have enough time. I mean, so the expectation was that if somebody will go for the strategy to start with the 1000 and they actually stick with it, then I think they had a chance. And if everybody, as it turned out here, went for the strategy that at least the medium first, then I think from what I've seen with this problem, it will be very hard for them to be done with it in time. But yeah, you never know. These guys.
Can we look at
these guys are really good. So yeah.
Because ecnerwal has not even opened the medium, so he, besides Umnik, he should be the furthest along.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ACRush and PereViki both compiled recently their medium problems and testing it in the arena.
Yeah. So for the hard problem, if you want to think about the full solution, also at home, if you are competitors who are aiming to be in these finals next year, then if you have no idea what to do with the problem, you can start with an easier version of this problem. So instead of having a general tree, imagine what is possibly one of those like harder special cases, and this is simply a path going downwards. So this is a tree of n vertices where each vertex has only a left child up all the way down to the leaf.
Meanwhile, ACRush submitted medium for 418 points and overtake Humnik in the second place. I wonder if Piotr would submit shortly as well. I guess if Piotr would did submit, he will overtake
He
them
would still
both.
be second.
Yes, he will have almost 500 points if he submits about now. He compiling it again. He have 10 minutes basically before the end of contest.
Well, did I got correctly that one of cases which is not covered in easy problem is when you can move from by using move 2, which doubles number of people from planet 0 to planet -1, which is not allowed, but is a valid move in sense of NIM game.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I think I see at least one competitor who didn't cover that.
Yes, this case isn't
Oh,
covered
wow.
in the examples. It is covered in the sys tests, and we did have an incorrect solution that did make exactly this bug. So we are ready for it.
Meanwhile, Piotr.
And we'll see whether
participants will be ready
yeah,
for
we'll
its
see
Turing
whether
challenges.
Yes, I think so. I mean, we were saving this problem for the finals also for the reason that it's very, very good for the challenge phase. It's easy to make a mistake in the implementation, and it's also reasonably easy to discover and challenge those mistakes. So we'll see what happens. I think there will be still something interesting going on during this particular challenge phase.
Probably. Challenging should be.
Sorry to
And we do
interrupt,
have
but
submissions.
yes.
Yes.
we have some news. Piotr did submitted his medium and got second with 500 points. Meanwhile, Spycheese has submitted his medium for 300 points and got to the third place. So it seems likely that you need basically 2 problems to get in the top 3. At least that's the current state.
Well, I'm not sure that. I think there can be a lot of challenges on 300.
That's true. Interestingly,
like
is ACRush suddenly come up with some solution for easy problem and submitted. He will overtake both Spycheese and Piotr.
Well, probably just not submitting but making 2 challenges is enough for him.
That's true.
If he has to who has 2 wrong submissions to challenge?
Yeah, but even to overtake Spycheese, he need to, or basically, if Piotr's and Spycheese's solution on easy are incorrect, then ACRush also will get second place. Meanwhile, Piotr is recompiling his medium, so there may be resubmit there.
And just to explicitly state something that was assumed but not stated about the 1000 problem, there is also a actual clean n times polylog n solution.
Does it?
Yeah, I think the solution is like when you kind of calculate maximum and then add 1. Something like that. You just calculate the depth, right?
Like, yeah, I guess in the first pass, calculate the maximum depth of the tree, and then in the second pass, kind of go back in the tree and mark the vertices with the height. Is that along the line?
I mean, there are multiple possible solutions. I think there should be a complicated but asymptotically linear solution that will kind of use binary numbers encoded into bits stored in vertices, but that's crazy. There are several strategies how we can do it with just changing colors in a smarter way. So, for example, one thing that can be done is that imagine that the entire tree is red. So this is the first DFS, and now in the second DFS you are deleting every second layer. So the root will no longer be red, but the vertices below the root will remain red, the rods below them will be cleaned, and so on. So in the second DFS, you can delete every second red layer. You can do the third, fourth, fifth DFS and always delete every second red layer. And you terminate this in the situation where in no branch you have more than one red vertex. So at this in this moment, you have a single line of red vertices somewhere in your tree, and it is roughly in the half of the tree, or maybe even lower if you are lucky. And now, so this was n log n time because you did log n DFS passes, and now from this red line, you just color everything below red again, and we restart the same solution. And you terminate when you are already in the leaves only.
By the way, I think Pavel have some interesting tidbit about almost all easy submissions.
Well, I think that test I discussed above is failing almost all easy submissions. Like I think that Piotr handled it correctly, and maybe someone else I missed. I didn't have very big amount of time to check submissions precisely.
I do have some background information, so I'm remaining completely silent about people passing or failing.
I just read their submissions and try to challenge, and I think I think being a contestant, I'll challenge with this test almost all submissions except Piotr's. Not sure if I was succeeded.
Torst looks like he has a great thing though.
Piotr compiled and then tested his medium problem, but decided to not do any submissions and just opened hard problem, I guess, to read it in the last few minutes because obviously you probably can't code it in 4 minutes. Also, one interesting note would be that we have the same number of submissions for easy that we have for hard, for medium, sorry. And I still think that easy is much easier. Modulo, of course, the fact that there is the tricky test cases.
I do feel like the medium is more like you can just think about it and get the solution, whereas the easy kind of requires a guess.
Interesting. Gennady is actually reading his easy. Has he spotted a bug?
I'm not sure that I was correct, so probably it can be handled in some non-trivial case. I just checked that the if I thought is about that case doesn't cover Planet Zero, but it can be covered in some other way. So I don't think that my words should be read as totally correct. They just
we'll see. I guess
they just suggest us that challenge phase would be interesting.
That's true, and we will have this challenge phase in 7.5 minutes. There is just 2.5 minutes before the end of the coding phase, after which we have a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on to the.
So did anyone compiled 1000? I think no.
I don't think so. And I think the only people who have chance is Umnik and probably Andrew or Neil. I'm not sure, but
probably.
I think Andrew gave up on it. Andrew moved to the 600, although it doesn't seem like he'll have time.
And so probably we can discuss about how good our participants in challenges. For example, I know that Umnik just goes away for the challenge phase. So probably that's not best strategy this time.
Actually, I was Umnik said that on the stream, but I was actually looking at the 2018 TCO Finals results, which is the one I was competing in, and he actually challenged my 500 in that Finals, and it was unsuccessful. But so
maybe after that he decided that that's a bad idea.
right.
Meanwhile, the C2 is testing his medium on some tests. Yes, as we see, Umnik probably logged out already because he understood that he wouldn't be able to solve hard. So we have Nick here. Hi, Nick. So yeah, he probably already have gone to the walk with his dog boy.
Okay.
Who's a good girl, actually.
That's okay. Oh, let's see. Maybe that's if a lot of 300s will fail, then he's quite in a good position, I think.
It depends on the number of actually mediums that will pass, because
This is interesting question. I think tourists have some pre-calculation, while others have solution. For example, I think I'll check it. But is there something special for r equal to 1 case? Is it covered well? For example, Piotr covers it separately. What can go wrong? Well, probably everything can go wrong, but
Exactly. So we have the coding phase is just finished and people are preparing.
So yes, others except tourists have solutions submitted, not just pre-calculated failures. So they probably can have time limit or something. Probably they shouldn't because it's easy to test max test, but something can get wrong.
I think we have seen everyone testing the max tests. The question is whether they are all computing the same values.
Yeah.
I mean, in the medium problem, the examples are not giving that much away. There is a single non-trivial example, 2 by 3, which is enough to illustrate the problem, but might not be enough to catch all the possible bugs, especially because the more complicated configurations will only arise if you have multiple columns or rows. So, I mean, what I would do as a contestant in this case is I would, after submitting the medium, I would open and read the 1000, but then I would go back and I would implement a testing harness for the medium, which is reasonably easy to do. What you need to do is just take pre-written code for bipartite matching. Almost everybody probably has it somewhere. And now you just look at all the small grids that are up to 26, 28 cells in size. And for each of them, you just brute force over all possibilities of cutting. And for each of them, you then run the magic to verify whether you should or should not count this one. And this should be enough to catch all the stupid bugs, I think, because already the cases like 4 by 5, 5 by 5 are large enough for the mistakes to occur.
No, there can be also some stupid bugs like overflows and etc. But probably you'll just get negative answers.
Yeah, overflows is like if you run all the tests, then you just check for minuses in the output.
Yeah, so that's shouldn't be hard. Well, let's see. I think challenge phase would be interesting. Who do you think is best in challenges in that set of competitors?
I think Tourist is definitely one of the best.
So,
I think Piotr and Neil are also quite good at challenges.
Yeah, so I don't remember ACRush. He was competing quite a long time ago, and I'm not sure about that, but probably he is too. So
Makes sense.
Should be.
So yeah, no 1000 is the challenge. So the thing we were talking about doesn't matter. With n less than 30.
Sorry to interrupt. Piotr is testing his easy problem, so he probably finds some interesting tests that he want to use during
Probably there can be a big difference on the order of opening submissions. Like there is quite no good strategy what to open. For example, in regular rounds, you often can open submissions of low-rated persons or fastest submission or something like that, with some heuristics which submissions are more probable to have a bug. But here, all competitors are cool. Submissions are more or less in the same time. So
Here
they have just
probably
no rules what
you
to
are
open.
going for test cases and not competitors. So what you are looking for, especially in the easy, is a test case that you can easily check for. For example, the cases with the 0 that you mentioned. And now you'll be going as quickly as you can through all the submissions to check whether you can see this particular bug appearing.
Yeah, probably, but still.
Yeah, there can still be a
But still,
race.
you're not the only
between
one who doing
people.
that.
Yeah. I mean,
And
what I would do is I would, in the first pass, I would prioritize people who did not resubmit, because if somebody resubmitted, then I expect that they may have gone back and caught some bug, maybe this one. So it's kind of less likely that they will have it.
Okay, so we've started. We're looking at Piotr's screen right now. He's looking at spy cheese. And Piotr does have a test case there, I think.
Several participants go for the nilwu easy first, and several participants actually go to the medium problems first.
Well, I don't think you really have to challenge something in the medium, except maybe challenge by big random test, hoping something. It's sometimes useful, like if you read the solution and can't understand it, just to challenge it with big random test. But probably not in the finals. So I don't think we really will see any challenges on.
Taurus spy cheese is easy, has been challenged.
So
Tourist got the first blood.
And this probably makes him definitely unreachable.
Yeah.
Even if his 300 is incorrect.
That's true, but if his medium is incorrect,
yeah, he will have some problems.
And Piotr still have time to challenge something.
Yeah. So can we see who is doing what? So a lot of people checking. Spy Cheese is checking his own 300s.
Some people are looking at Taurus.
So probably ACRush challenged nilwus.
Oh wow.
So probably we can see ACRush, what he's doing next.
So even with resubmit, it seems it was still incorrect.
Probably when you can do a lot of bugs, resubmit, then you fixed at least one of them.
It looks like in Neil's code, he doesn't handle the 0 case.
Well, it's quite
and
tricky.
ecnerwal goes down as well.
Oh. Wow.
Also by ACRush.
So there's only 2 submissions left.
And ACRush is now the second, even without 300 problem.
That's true.
So Piotr is now needs to challenge something, and he have probably only Taurus to challenge.
You could also try for a time limit exceeded on
Interesting that if ACRush will if ACRush will challenge Tourist, he will take the first place in the current standings.
And probably if anyone will challenge Tourist,
No, he need to challenge to do it himself, because
maybe there are some more tricky tests.
What about Piotr? Well, Piotr moved first.
So if we know that ACRush challenged with my test, so probably I got something wrong and Tourist is correct on it.
I think Taurus is correct. He has if P of I is at least 1.
Okay, it probably can have handled it in some different way, which I didn't got on fast looking. That's happened sometimes.
I guess it makes sense because he spent a lot of time checking both problems, testing both problems. So I think he
Yeah,
was going to
probably.
resubmit if he found the bug.
Probably he will. So, well, I'm not sure that there is something to challenge in 600.
Patches,
Yeah.
I guess, was looking at the tourist solution of the medium, yes,
That's
because
not really interesting. It's just a big array of numbers. So you
But
can
is it the
run the
right
solution to
array?
check some
I
random of
mean,
them, but
I mean, maybe
I mean,
it's
I
the
mean, in
wrong
some
array of numbers.
yeah, in some sense, array of numbers is easier to challenge if it's wrong, because if your code is wrong, then you don't see it at the first glance. But if the array doesn't match your values,
Right.
then you can challenge, because if your values is wrong, that's not important.
yeah.
Right. But I think
Okay.
at the end we'll see some like random big challenges on the medium for time exceeded.
Well, they have 4 submissions with real code. But, well, it's too easy to test, and you trust participants of that level that they did the test it. No one of them submitted in last seconds or something.
I have to say that ACRush had quite interesting content, because he opened easy, haven't solved it, opened hard, hadn't solved it, and then moved to medium and solved it, and then did 2 challenges and now in second place.
That's good.
That means you should never give up, basically.
Yeah.
And Umnik has not opened the easy problem.
I mean, if you are not going to submit, to participate in the challenge phase, there is no reason to open it.
So ACRush is reading Piotr's 300.
Interesting.
Well, probably he checked the test he did and checking if there's something more. Oh, did Piotr? No, I think he had unsuccessful challenge, but that's wrong.
No, I don't think there were any challenges after those 3.
At least I don't see any bugs in Piotr's 300, but that doesn't mean anything.
We still have about 3.5 minutes left in the challenge phase.
So, what did Piotr reading? I can't see here.
It's somebody's 500 because it's highlighted.
But not see whom, but you can check it by arena log, I think.
Yeah, either
it was
or Umnik.
it was Umnix or ACRush. So nothing happening if believe arena's log.
But it's also interesting. So ACRush did not finish 300, but he is the one who actually got the most challenges on 300. So maybe he found this case that he couldn't deal with in his solution and then challenged using it. Do you think that's possible?
Well, I think this test is not hard to handle if you understand it. It's just easy to miss it.
You have to come up with a case where the first player can actually win.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess it's not that hard, but like if you haven't solved the problem, I wouldn't.
If you haven't solved it completely, but you can still have some partial solution, like only piles on planet 0 and 1 or something like that, and that should be enough to construct it.
I think based on the problem statement, on the standings, we will see some challenge from Piotr, because he does not lose anything if he challenges. So probably not challenging is the worst strategy he can have. Because difference between all, well, if ACRush fails 600, that's not important. His challenge is not important.
Well, the thing is, ACRush could go for a challenge on Taurus, and that would put him below Piotr if Piotr does nothing.
Because if Taurus just fails, it's not enough for him, yeah?
Well, not to win, but Piotr might be able to move up 1 place if he just waits for ACRush to challenge.
Yeah, but probably.
Yeah,
if ACRush doesn't have problems with Taurus solutions, that he not have no reason to challenge, except stealing this challenge from Piotr. So that's kind of hard. Well, maybe we can see some split screen like both ACRush and Peter? Or just... well, probably we can't. Okay, we can't, but...
ACRush is just looking at Tourist's 300. Makes sense.
Yeah, we are getting very close to the end of the challenge phase. Last 40 seconds remaining. So
I think
the people
Peter
who will
need to challenge
go
something.
Yeah.
Because, well, probably the only case where his unsuccessful challenge matters if it never matters.
Yeah, I don't think it should matter.
Well, it probably matters if
Only if ACRush
if he
does the
fails
challenge.
his 300, Spy Cheese will overcome him if he has unsuccessful challenge, but not really important.
Yeah, at the moment it looks like Piotr has Tourist 300 open, and that's the one where he's going to try for the challenge. And yeah, I think that's it. So I think we haven't seen any last second challenges. At least I haven't noticed any.
Yeah, probably. We didn't.
Okay, so good game, everybody. And
so
now
the question is if Tourist 300 is correct.
And also whether all of the 500s are or 600s.
I don't think it matters if Gennadi's easy is correct, because even if it fails, he'll still be over ACRush.
His 500 is so good that it's not important.
Of course, this is everything our dear viewers at home will learn at this particular moment in time, because the award ceremony and the official results presentation is only tomorrow. So contrary to the semifinals where we had sys tests immediately afterwards, here we are not revealing the results yet. You will have to wait until tomorrow to learn what happened during the system tests.
Suspense.
If you can go to the chat right now, Andrew asked ACRush what the bug is, and ACRush just has some random cases. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess the bug actually would make you fail almost all cases with 0.
Well, because if you have planet equal to 0, well,
as long
need
as
to
you
have
have
this
some
in random
colony,
random case.
Yeah, we have a comment by Mikhail Spycheese in the general chat here, and welcome, that he says that his second problem will fail.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably if you just have 100 random values for first 100 planets, this will fail because almost all positions are winning. Because at least random test is winning.
And yeah, if you are generating the planet numbers from a short enough range and it includes 0, we will generate a few planets 0, and some of them will have an even population or something like that.
Yeah, so probably I think test like random values from 0 to 100 should just fail everything which is wrong, except some wrong position, except handling the losing case.
I hope we will have some participants to talk to soon, because of course we are relaxed. We can talk to each other. It's relatively easy to solve these problems in these conditions. And while participants are kind of tense, and yeah, everything is on the line.
So I think we'll have Tourist here today. Is that right?
Okay. Yes. So I think I will disconnect from the stage so that I'm not blocking a spot, so that they can talk to a few of the contestants, and I will be around. I'll be listening, and I will be in chat if you want to hear from me some more. So I will type into chat. Okay. So hopefully you enjoyed watching the round. The contestants hopefully enjoyed the problems. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and see you later.
See you.
No, you can go ahead and stay. Oh no. Well, that doesn't look right.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going? Misav, you can stick around. We have some room here. We are just waiting that the competitors are probably just shaking it off and trying to figure out what went wrong maybe in their code if some got blown up, right? I mean, these are like the finals. These are going to be really hard problems, and obviously, 3 problems were challenged successfully, and ACRush, wow, that was crazy, right? I didn't expect him to even be in like the top 3 there, but in the end, that's why it's important to, challenge early, challenge correctly. All right, looks like we have Tourist in here, so you guys don't need me anymore. I'm gonna head off. Let's see what the competitors had to say. Tourist, welcome to the chat stage.
Hello,
Hi,
Gennady.
thank you.
Hey, Gennady, and congrats. Maybe prematurely, but
Yes, congratulations. What do you think about the contest? Have you expected so many challenges on easy?
Talking about your congratulations first, last year I was second after coding phase, and I did congratulate Omnik on probably a victory, but his solution was the only failing solution. So yeah, I mean, it's fair that you congratulate me now, but I guess you should not.
Well, at least it's not important if your 300 fails.
Yes, I agree. But yeah, I checked a lot, and I think mine and Peter's are the same, at least. Yeah. Did I expect 3 challenges? I wasn't sure. Like, I figured out that a lot of things can go wrong. Like, for example, the first solution I challenged by Spy Cheese was just smaller than instead of smaller or equal sign at one place. And basically, since I had a stress test implemented, I just changed that sign in my code and ran my stress test, and it failed on test case like 700. I mean, number 700, and I just plugged this test case. Maybe just a big random test case would work too, but I just wanted to be sure.
I think all 3 failed solutions fail in tests which has non-trivial moves from n equals to 0.
Yeah, I believe you from 0.
All these 3 solutions trying to move from 0 to -1.
Okay, I think my solution was at least the solution I challenged was not like, maybe that was also the case, but I think my Spy Cheese's bug was not that.
Hello?
But anyway, hi Neil.
Well, I think all failed solutions have such a bug.
Okay, maybe.
I also think your solutions had, but Kevin said that it's not.
Okay, what about your 500 or rather medium? What can you say about this array of numbers?
It's a gorgeous array of numbers. I love it.
I couldn't even see the first 6 rows or something like that. It only showed me the last 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Topcoder has some issue with the applet has an issue with very long programs.
I had to restart my arena twice because my plugin could not handle the big numbers. I had to turn off the plugin to open the problem so that it doesn't just die.
So that was the reason why you opened the second arena.
Yeah, because the first one was handling. Yes,
we saw that and had no ideas why you are doing that.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Line breaks for the win.
Preliminary congrats, Gennady. I guess we'll see tomorrow.
I will see.
Yeah, my 300, I did something very stupid. I mean, I figured out the actual the way to evaluate any particular state, and then when I did the normal move, I forgot that only one of them changes and not the other one because the other one is even. So I solved a much harder problem than necessary, where it was like counting the x's where a minus x, xor b plus x evaluates to something. And then, unfortunately, I made a second mistake that canceled out that mistake on all the samples. So
you have a bug in the slow moves, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I found it like at the end of coding phase, and then I ran out of time to fix it.
I did not. Yeah, I found your bug in slow moves. I didn't check the normal moves. I stress tested your solution against mine, and then I found like the first test case failed, but I was about to challenge, but ACRush was faster.
ACRush, okay, I see.
And then, given that you have another bug, as you say, maybe my challenge would not be successful. Maybe it would cancel out as well.
Who knows?
I think on a big case it should probably just.
Yeah, but I was running against small cases.
Oh, I
so
see.
yeah.
I see.
Gennady, have you seen Medium before, or was it new problem for you?
I have not seen a problem in exact this formulation. I guess I feel kind of comfortable with, in general, problems of this kind where, you need to count tiling. So it's like dynamic programming on broken profile, but then not all tilings. Like you need to count number of ways to cut off cells so that you can tile. So instead of maintaining a mask of occupied cells, you maintain a vector of all masks and do DP on that. I mean, yeah, I guess I just feel good about these problems and I can solve them quickly. And even though my solution was a bit too slow, I think it was under 20 seconds, maybe even faster. Time limit was 5, but I was about to start optimizing it, like not using map of vectors, and then like maybe use vector of vectors if what I would do. And obviously you can also optimize by pre-computing all the states and the transitions. But then it clicked to me that we discussed pre-compute numbers.
Yeah, when you are already pre-computing something, you can pre-compute the answers as well.
Yeah, I realized that I can compute all
anyway,
the
when
answers quickly.
Yeah, when you said that you can solve these problems reasonably quickly, I think that was a very strong understatement. That the speed was incredible for this problem.
So, and what was the reason of such strange constraints? I think this was some point of not allowing precomputation, but probably, as we see, it's not.
It's at least to make the precomputation more annoying.
By the way, why wouldn't you just like say these cells have to be cut out, and that would like completely destroy precomputation?
Yeah, but on the other hand, it complicates the problem statement a bit, complicates the implementation a bit more, and we considered this option and we decided against it. It was just better to have a cleaner version of the problem.
But the solution is like the same, right? As I said.
Yeah,
I
you
think
just
the
need to
solution
handle
would
it.
work.
Yeah.
In
I guess like then
And-
I would just have to optimize my solution in that case. But I guess I would succeed, but I would just have fewer points.
I saw Spike. She said his medium will fail, so it sounds like at least half the contestants will have a 0.
Actually, okay.
Which is kind of funny.
Medium will fail. That's a bit unexpected, but I guess that would happen. But no one else had precomputation except me. So yeah. Do you know if it's wrong answer or time limit exceeded?
Probably wrong
He
answer,
said it in
right?
the chat, so.
Because like I feel like you wouldn't submit if you knew it was time limit exceeded.
Maybe you submit and then you test. That could happen, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Alexei is posting that he saw medium problem.
Yeah, Sumnik says he solved hard problem in his head, but was unable to basically print it out.
Well, it's kinda. That's not very easy.
It's what he says, at least. I mean, we can't know now.
The funny thing for me is I was ready to start just blind challenging some problems because I had the worst positive score, so basically a lot of room to make unsuccessful challenges. But then I realized my 300 was wrong, so I didn't want to get a negative 25.
Also, apparently, Umnik says that the medium problem was in Moscow sub-region in 2013-2014. With a little bit smaller limits, like n up to 6 and m up to 500. But probably the same solution.
Yeah, the statement is a bit like it's a bit easy, like so it's kind of probable that someone came up with something similar.
More like simple, yes, because like not complicated.
Probably
simple.
All problems was somewhere.
I mean, if
Not
that's
the-
the case, how come Infinity and ACRush were still so much faster than him?
Maybe he didn't realize it until...
Yeah, maybe he didn't look for the problem, but he just remembered that something similar was there, and then he looked after the contest, maybe.
Found it after the contest. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Makes sense.
What about the 1000? What do you have to say? Because I haven't. I have only read it, and then I decided I should just test two other problems.
Probably got the main ideas during the discussion. And
Neil, what do you think about 1000?
I opened it and I never got to a point where I understood what the problem meant. So I just quit. Switched over.
I see.
Also, it's the only, it's the first time that when a problem statement explicitly mentions that solution will be tested outside the arena.
Yes.
During the system testing. And that's
I
TCO
mean,
Finals with a day to go before the award ceremony is the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
It's exactly the only occasion when such a thing can be done.
Yeah,
and I'm a bit glad that it doesn't have to be done, but at the same time, I would be even more glad if somebody did actually manage to solve the problem. But as I was saying during the round when we were competing, the expectation was that if somebody starts with the 1000, then they should have a good chance of getting it. But if you go through all of the previous problems before, then you probably didn't have enough time. And it seems like this was also the case with Umnik, sadly, that even if he came up with the idea, he didn't have enough time to implement it.
But even with just 1000, he would not have enough points to win. So I think his strategy was actually pretty good. At the end of coding phase, he was the one I could be the most afraid of, assuming everything passes.
And this is actually it's a very interesting area, the one for the 1000 problem. To think about how many different things you can actually solve using this very restricted model. So you have essentially just the finite automaton that's traveling along the tree and can leave finite information in the vertices, and it can do all kinds of things like verify whether the tree is balanced or approximately balanced and so on. And usually it can be done in better than quadratic time. So also for this task, there is a solution that is, for example, n log squared of n, that is reasonably easy to implement.
Is that the intended one, right?
Oh yes, one of the intended ones. So the limit was set so that everything sub-quadratic should hopefully pass, and if you manage to optimize something quadratic really, really drastically within the limits, then you should also get the points, which I'm not sure if it's possible. We don't have a working quadratic solution that would be optimized, but it's kind of borderline that it might be possible.
Well, I think that's quite interesting theoretic problems, but implementing them is too awful.
Well, is the quadratic solution too simple, too easy for a problem, as you think, Mishov?
I'm not sure. I mean, the difficulty is kind of elsewhere. For the quadratic solution, the main challenge is just understanding the model and implementing something that you are pushing the marks down the tree until you are only in leaves and nowhere else. And it's mostly about implementation. If you are forced to go below quadratic time, then it becomes also an algorithmic problem. And this is something I wanted for the finals problem, that it should have also a non-trivial algorithmical concept, not just implementation.
What were your
There's a
expectations
question.
of how many problems the winner would solve, and whether the 1000 would get solved or not?
Yeah, Andrew has a question in chat that he was typing the log that computes depths. So the unlock square n that I think is reasonably easy to implement is that, imagine that you color everything in red in one DFS, and then you run a second DFS that erases every second row. So you will have a clean red, clean red, clean red, and so on. And you can run this multiple times until you are left with just a single red row somewhere half the way down the tree. And then you just recolor everything from the row to the end red, and you repeat the same process again. So this has only like 3 different types of walking through the tree, and it's just DFS all over again. And in the end, you will end with the red row at the bottom, and then you terminate because you see that you have red vertices that don't have any clean vertices below them.
And this solution only uses constant memory at a node, right? Not log n?
Yes.
But yeah, it
Did
seemed
you
that
expect
login
someone
was
to?
also
Go
allowed,
ahead,
right?
Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
that
login was also allowed. Login
Yeah,
memory.
there are possibilities for using login memory because the limits are fairly pleasant. So you can use login bits per vertex, and then you can do something else. And I was saying that I'm fairly certain, I didn't try to implement it or think about the details too much, but you can also do the counting solution in linear memory only, because you can store those bits of those. So, for example, you can do something like you can, for each subtree, you can compute its size and store the size on the leftmost possible path in the subtree or something like that, bit by bit as a number, and then the automaton can actually add numbers and do stuff like that. But yeah, implementing that would be really crazy.
Well, implementing the problem we had is quite crazy enough.
Yeah. It's always like setting problems at this top level is always like juggling with chainsaws that you have to be really careful and guess the exact right moment for everything. And yeah, it's very, very, very easy to have pro statements that are a little bit too easy, a little bit too hard, and especially with the setting we have here, 8 people and 3 problems, the variance is very large. So on another day with the same problems, and you could see very different results, even if the same people were to compete.
Yeah, and also I found this 300. Yeah, just returning to it. It was pretty tough. I mean, I don't know if Piotr actually read the On Numbers on Games book, because he was the fastest to solve and like one of the 2 standing solutions, right? So maybe he actually did spend his two days.
I mean, all
with
5 of the submitted solutions
pleasure.
did have the main idea of at the end that the winning or losing position is based on XOR of the odd piles.
I knew the staircase name thing,
Yeah,
like I knew it from a long time ago, but it took me like 20 minutes to realize that it actually can be applied here.
Yeah, so this was the intended solution path, that you should already know staircase name, and then for this problem you should realize that the things that are added or modified from staircase name actually don't change the solution.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty good. It like at least as it worked out with my solving it. Like I knew the staircase name, but it still didn't like help me a lot. Like I had this knowledge and it was helpful eventually, but I had to think a lot to actually figure out that it works.
There is like a more general principle here that this is something that's happening in multiple of these combinatorial games, that you can change the rules so that you allow extra moves. And if you do it in such a way that the extra moves are not necessary for the person who is winning, and they are not helpful for the person who is losing, then they don't change the winning strategy. And this is a more general principle, and this particular task was one of its applications.
Hello, Andrew. How it was?
Hello.
Hey there.
That was,
Do you enjoy the problems? Sorry.
The problems are good. The 1000 was definitely an implementation slog, and I was just not fast enough. It was also not fast enough or correct on the 300, so that was pretty disappointing. But
what was your bug?
I have no idea. I
think YouTube doesn't handle going from 0 to -1. You allow this while it's not allowed.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you go from 0. You make slow moves from planet 0, yeah.
Unlucky.
Right. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, I make slow moves from planet 0. All right. Well, that was disappointing. But yeah, I thought the problems were pretty interesting. I haven't thought much about the 600. I essentially just went to I decided that I didn't really think I had time to do the 600 and the 1000, and I thought I should just try the 1000 to win.
Yeah,
But,
at the point where you
wasn't enough time.
made the call, it was a really good strategic choice.
Yeah. And I mean, I opened the 1000 and I kind of knew how to do it, right? Like I knew that you can just compute the depths, but I was just not fast enough implementing, so just missed out on execution. Yeah.
So I saw in chat you discussed some solution in 1000.
Yeah, well, the easiest solution I had was you just compute the depth of each vertex, and then just for each vertex compute the deepest node in its subtree, and then like you just walk back down the tree and like mark each guy who equals the global max.
There you go.
And yeah, you just write a bunch of you just unroll a bunch of loops of size 16. You need 16 bits to store the depths. Up to 65536, right? So yeah, that's all you really needed. But there are a lot of cases, and I ended up duplicating a lot of code for the left side and the right side cases, and it was just a bit of a mess. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. I think we're a little over time, but we appreciate having you here. Thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the problems, enjoyed the competition. However, we won't know the results until tomorrow. The leaderboard still could change, so it will still be exciting. And we'd like everyone to tune in tomorrow to see who actually wins. Taurus, congratulations. You're currently on the top, but we won't jinx you. Remember, you mentioned that about last year. And Umnik, yeah, that was quite a doozy right there. So, but we'll see what happens. All right. Thank you guys so much. Any last words before I take you off?
Thank you
very much for
Thanks
having us.
Thank you guys.
Yep. Thanks to
Thanks,
Michal for
Kennedy.
writing cool problems.
And thanks for everyone at
Have a good
Topcoder
evening,
for
everyone.
doing such a cool event in these times.
Oh, absolutely. We do our best here. We appreciate that, though. Thank you. All right. Bye, guys. All right. So that concludes day number 6. We have one more day left. And on that day, we're going to have the design finals, the final round, and we're going to announce all of the winners from this week. So big award ceremony. You won't want to miss it. All right. Until then, you guys have a wonderful rest of the day. Get some rest and be back here tomorrow. Check out on the TCO website what the schedule is so you can be there on time. And don't go away quite yet because we want to show you this fun little video that you may have missed. May call out one of our own, Andrew He.
TCO is for you, the community. We're here because you're all so important to us, and we want to show you that by celebrating all of you.
And appreciate that you made it. This is our 21st Topcoder Open. You are a finalist here. I want to welcome the 28 new finalists. So people who have never been a Topcoder Open finalist, 28 of you.
Prize bomb!
Oh,
all
no.
Right. That's the audience. Who's going to catch it? Here we go.
Who's going to catch it? Oh.
There was actually a competitor on Jeopardy last night named Andrew He.
Andrew He is a software developer from San Francisco, California, but not the only Andrew He in your field. Is that right?
Nope. Working in software in the Bay Area, but that was actually not our Andrew.
I share a first and last name with someone who is top 10, probably top 5 in the world in competitive programming.
It was a different one. The best part too is that when they were filling in the bio for Jeopardy, I guess they were like giving the contestant background and stuff. They put in all the information about winning, like TCO history, like competitive programming, and all of that. And then I think on stage there is a quick moment as far as having to quit.
His literal title is Legendary Grandmaster from winning so much.
All right, let's do this thing, guys. Let's find out who is moving on to our finals.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, the 1000, I think we were talking about like a lot of interesting cases there.
Yeah.
A lot of weird things.
I just didn't manage to get a good construction in the second one, but I don't think it was too hard. Well, I was too stuck in the idea that I need to split the graph in 3 parts, while I need to split it into 2 parts. That's kind of stupid, but happens sometimes.
So for the 250, we were essentially okay with all kinds of reasonable dynamic programming passing. Some of them are more trickier, some of them are less trickier, and we didn't, we intentionally didn't try to push the limits towards one specific solution and try to make some DPs pass and some DPs fail. So
for the TCO Finals, we've got exactly 24 hours for competitors to work on it. So that kind of changes up how we kind of have to write the problem a little bit.
A very complex problem that you can only solve in a week. So you need to sort of limit it a bit down.
The Topcoder Open this event, like 24 hours competition, the type of the problem they're solving, it's kind of like a little bit in between of those like classic marathons and the SRMs.
So you're a ninja, like you see in the text there, on a n by n grid. So it's just a basic board. And to collect these coins, it's Topcoder Open 21 points that you can collect. You get 100 points for each one that you collect.